हो कहू निभना से लगाजी।
Asana is KAILASA. Now hold the big toes with the respective hand and place your foot on the opposite thighs in Padma. Forward and down, placing your elbows on the mat as you gaze to the floor. Visualize yourself as a bird.
अन्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च।
Next asana is Nithyananda. Now stand the legs and hold the opposite elbows. Start circling the hands in one direction and then the other. Gaze at the tip of your nose in Shambhavi Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गोड़ा बावां पाद की आशमा हिली सोजे दक्ष चरण को बार लौता परिकुल्भ समोज।
Next asana is Gajasana. Now place your hands in front of you, flat on the mat, and slowly take your legs behind and bring your hips up towards the sky. Start scooping your head down slowly as you visualize yourself as an elephant. Gaze.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बं मूर्धमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय।
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasada Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let's continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. With the next asana, which is Rikshasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and scoop your lift your hips up towards the ceiling as you start alternating, bringing one heel up and placing the other heel on the mat. Visualize yourself as a bear as you perform Udyana Bandha.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on your toes and try to lift all the toes except the big toe off the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you place your index, middle and ring fingers in the heart center. Continue to perform Udyana Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेदधोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
The next asana is the Urdhva Janu Karana. Now come to a half squatted posture with your heels touching and toes pointing outwards. Bring both the hands to the heart center to the chest level and start circling one leg with the respective hand. Bring them back to the center and circle the other leg and hand. Next asana is Balalingasana. Now stand tall and interlace your hands from the inside out in Sarvavashankari Mudra. Raise one knee and pull it towards the chest. Visualize yourself caressing a baby as you perform Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next asana is Padapirnasana. Now lift one leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands, interlacing your fingers behind the leg. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mahamudra Bandha.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next asana is Natarajasana. Now stand tall and hold one leg with the respective hand from the inside. Pull the leg backwards and up as you lean forward, stretching the opposite hand forward and touching your thumbs and index fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is Balalingasana on the opposite side. Now stand tall and interlace the fingers from outside and raise the opposite leg towards the chest, holding the raised knee with the hands. Visualize yourself caressing a baby as you perform Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानुरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next asana is Padapidnasana on the opposite side. Now lift the opposite leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands, interlacing the fingers in Parshamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform Mahamudra Bandha.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Next asana is Natarajasana on the opposite side. Now lift the opposite leg and hold it with the respective hand from the inside. Pull it backwards and up as you lean forward, stretching the opposite hand forward, touching the thumbs and index fingers. Visualize Lord Nataraja in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is Ardharechita Karna. Now come back to the half squatted posture with your knees bent and heels touching with toes pointing outwards. Bring both the hands to the chest level. Then raise one leg and cross it behind and keep the toes touching the ground with the heels upward. With the respective hand, start making a pendulum motion, and once you have done few motions, now touch the nose with that hand and perform this on the opposite side. Next asana is the skeleton dance. Now Start shaking your body intensely, visualizing yourself as complete bone structure. Only your bones are there. Visualize all your laziness and patterns leaving your body and Swamiji filling it with the energy of Paramashiva. Completely shake your body without any pattern. The next asana is Katichinakarana. Now stand in the half squatted posture with your knees bent and your heels touching. Bring both the hands above your head, crossing the wrists and keeping the palms facing forward. Start opening it to turn to one side and open your palms wide as you come back to the center and perform this on the opposite side. Tasana is Tadasana. Now stand tall on the tip of your toes and raise your hands above the head as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Hold the new japa Sada Shivoham in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next asana is Uttanasana. Now slowly lean forward, placing the hands by the side of your feet. Try to touch your forehead to the knees as you keep the knees straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform Samana Kumbhaka.
महामुद्राबद्धकोनो ताडासन विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Next asana is Tarakshvasana. Now come to a plank posture with the hands shoulder width apart. Tuck your chin to the chest and turn it from side to side. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनमस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नजेत् तरक्श्वासनं भवति.
Next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lie down on your stomach and place the hands by your shoulders as you raise your upper body with the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide as you inhale from the hollow of your throat as you visualize yourself as a snake.
क्षणाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Next asana is Shashasana. Now come back to the tall plank posture with your hands shoulder width apart. Start alternating, bringing one knee to the chest and placing it back as you bring the other knee to the chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start performing the new Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is Sahaja Kumbhaka. Inhaling, holding the breath comfortably and exhaling.
गजासनसंस्थितो जानुद्वयमागुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Next asana is Rathasana. Now place one foot in between of the hands as you start alternating, bringing the opposite foot between the hands. Visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासनसंस्थितं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now place one foot forward and let the other foot back. Let the front foot be bent at the knee in a 90-degree angle and the back foot's toes pointing outwards. Raise your hands above your head with the elbows straight and the palms facing each other. Visualize Lord Virabhadra in your inner space as you gaze at your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra and perform Uddiyana Bandha.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next asana is Virabhadrasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of your feet and continue to visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra as you gaze at your third eye and perform Uddiyana Bandha.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Asana is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall and place one foot at the base of the opposite thigh. Place both your palms in front of the heart and raise them above your head in Anjali Mudra. Visualize yourself as a tree and perform Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next asana is Garudasana. Now place the raised leg on the opposite thigh and keep the hands in front of the heart center. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space.
आसनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषात् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Next asana is Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now raise the opposite leg and place it at the inner thigh of the standing leg. Place both your hands in front of the heart and raise it above the head in Namaskar Mudra as you visualize yourself as a tree and perform Udyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next asana is Garudasana. Now place the raised leg on the opposite thigh as you place both the palms in front of the heart. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Next asana is Trikonasana. Now from the standing position, place one leg forward and the other leg back. Let the front leg's toes be pointed forward and the back leg's toes be pointed sideways. Place both the hands parallel to the ground and lean forward, placing the hand by the front foot. Turn upwards and gaze at the sky as you visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is Trikonasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of your feet and continue to visualize yourself as a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is the Nikutaka Karna. Now stand in a half squatted position with your heels touching and knees bent. Place both the hands parallel in the front of the heart and raise one heel off the ground. Now start switching the position of your hands and heels. Asana is Angushtasana. Now from the standing position, sit on the back of your heels. Keep your knees together and palms together in front of the heart in Angushtasana, in Namaskar Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start performing the new Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is Brahmari Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling, making a bee-like sound. Hold the new japa Sadashivoham in your inner space.
बन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Next asana is Saurasana. Now step one foot forward and place both the hands by your side with the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य एकपादकम्.
Next asana is Vidurnasana. Now with the respective hand, hold the stretched foot with the index and middle fingers and the back foot's heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your head towards the knees.
स्थितो पर्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Asana Saurasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of the stretched leg and place both your hands by your side as you keep the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य एकपादकम्.
Asana is Vidurnasana on the opposite side. Now hold the respective leg with the hands and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Asana. Now bring both the legs under the buttocks as you place your back of the palm on the respective knee. Make a slight gap between the knees and gaze to the floor as you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Next asana is Kapilasana. Now place the knees on the mat with the knees kept wide apart. Gaze at the tip of the nose as you visualize Kapila Muni and perform Uddiyana Bandha.
पगदली समटारा बेली कोर मिलावे.
Asana is Bhadrakorakshasana. Now from the same position, just switch the gaze to the third eye and change your visualization to Lord Veerabhadra.
दो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
Next asana is Suryasana. Now continue to sit on your heels and raise knees off the ground. Touch the thumbs and little fingers and open your palms wide like a lotus and raise them above your head. Visualize Lord Surya and perform Uddiyana Bandha.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक निठाने.
Next asana is Mandukasana. Now sit on your heels with the legs flat on the mat. Gaze at your third eye and place the palms on the knee. Lift your tongue up and press it against the upper palate as you visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् मण्डूकासनम्.
Next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Now raise your hands above the heads and cross them behind the back, touching the opposite shoulder. Continue to gaze at the nose and gaze at the third eye and perform Manduki Mudra as you lock your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha.
मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यः.
Next asana is Simhasana. Now cross the ankles and sit on the heels. Place your palms on the respective knee as you gaze at the nose. Stick your tongue out and gaze and exhale forcefully as you visualize yourself as a lion.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Next asana is Bhadrasana. Now uncross your ankles and cross your hands behind the back, holding the opposite toe with the index and middle fingers. Lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Next asana is Kakabusandi Asana. Now come to a squatted position with the legs together and knees wide apart. Wrap your knees and from the inside out and try to lock your fingers behind the back in Parshamudra. Visualize yourself as a crow.
Next
asana is Kani Pavasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat, shoulder width apart, and place the knees on the back of the hands as you slowly lean forward, lifting your body, lifting your legs off the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशीदिष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
Next asana is Kapali Asana. We request all the participants with any ailments to first consult your doctor before performing this asana. For the rest of the participants, you can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform this asana. Now place your hands shoulder width apart and place the crown of your head in between of your hands. Stack your hips on the shoulder and slowly lift your legs off the ground, keeping them straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरती टेकी पकड़ो वो मिलवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Next asana is Parshvamayurasana. Now squat on the heels and place your hands to one side. Align your hips and knees to the elbows as you slowly lean forward and balance on your hands, stretching the legs to the side. Visualize yourself as a peacock as you start performing the new Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling and exhaling completely, keeping your lungs empty for a comfortable period of time and inhaling again in Rechaka Kumbhaka.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Next asana is Parsvamayurasana on the opposite side. Now place the hands on the opposite side of your legs and lean forward, aligning the knees and hips to the hands as you slowly lift your body off the ground, balancing on your hands with your legs stretched to the side. Visualize yourself as a peacock.
मायूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now come to a plank position and slowly place one knee by the respective shoulder and the leg between the palms. Lean forward, bringing your hip towards the ground as you visualize Lord Bhairava in your inner space. Next asana is Bhairava on the opposite side. Now bring the opposite knee to the respective shoulder, the foot in between the hands. Visualize Kala Bhairava in your inner space.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now come to a tall plank position and place the forearms on the mat as you lift the hips up towards the sky. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
पुण्यस्थो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
Next asana is Vashishthasana. Now come back to a tall plank position and lean to one side, balancing on one arm as you raise the opposite arm towards the sky. Turn your head and gaze at the sky as you visualize Vashishta in your inner space.
कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Next asana is Vashishthasana on the opposite hand. Now switch your hands, which is under the shoulder, and perform Vashishthasana as you visualize yourself as the great sage Vashishta.
कुक्कुटवासिष्ठ मरीचिहल मत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Next asana is Anjaneyasana. Now sit on the buttocks with your palms under and the palms, your hands by your side. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Hanuman in your inner space. Hold the new japa Mahasadaशिवोहम.
कुकर की उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now remove your hands from under the buttocks and hold the respective toes. Lean forward, bringing your forehead to the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha.
तानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण स्कन्धार्यं च जायते.
Next asana is Ugrasana. Now raise back up and interlace the fingers behind the neck as you lean forward again, bringing the forehead knees. Place your elbows by the knees and visualize Kali in your inner space as you perform Mahamudra Bandha.
पाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
Next asana Marichyasana. Now raise back up and bring one heel to the perineum and keep the knee raised. Wrap the hands around the raised knee and lock it behind the back as you bring your forehead to the knees. Visualize Marichi in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is Mahamudra. Place the raised knee on the mat and lean forward, holding the stretched leg with both your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
The next asana is Marichyasana on the opposite side. Now stretch both the legs and pull the opposite leg towards the perineum. Wrap the leg and lock your hands behind the back as you lean forward, your forehead to the knee. Visualize Sage Marichi in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana Mahamudrasana. Now let the raised knee on the mat and lean forward, bringing your forehead towards the knee and holding the stretched leg with both the hands. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
मुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now bring the soles of the feet together and place them by the perineum. Place both the hands and hold the legs with the hands and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze at the third eye.
उल्भौ तु वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत पादपार्श्वे तु पाण्यां दृढं बद्ध्वासु निश्चलम्.
Next asana is Gwalipavasana. Now pull the legs forward little bit and place the hands on the respective knees. Lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze of nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वचर्पड़ चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधियो कीजे सोजी.
Asana is Joni Asana. Now pull your legs back to the perineum and hold the feet with the hands. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the mat in front of the legs as you gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space.
दो पगदली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ गदरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट भगतलियां ऊपर दाशे.
Next asana is Midiki Pavasana. Now stretch the hands by your side and pull your legs forward as you place the forehead behind the heels. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the tip of the nose.
पूर्व विधि परिपगधली संपुट शोल एड़ी मिली राशे.
Next asana is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now pull your legs close to the perineum and insert the hands under the shins and let the palms face upwards. Place the tip of the toes behind your chin as you bring your head towards the ground. Gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
दो पगदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे.
Next asana is Chinaki Pavasana. Now raise back up and hold the respective leg with the hand and open the legs like a book as you gaze at the tip of the nose and place your elbows on the respective knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो बगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Asana is Charapata Chokasana. Now bring your legs towards the perineum and place the hands on the respective knee as you gently press the knee towards the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Udyana Bandha as you gaze at the third eye.
दो पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने कर जा रे पसारे.
Next asana is Bhairavasana. Now lift the legs off the ground as you tuck towards the ground and lift the heel up. Place your hands on the respective knee in Bindu Mudra, which is touching the index and thumbs, and try to keep the knees on the mat as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
गुल्भौ संबीड जान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनिः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतो हस्तो दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Asana Samanasana. Now place one leg near in front of the perineum and lift the other leg towards the chest. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Asana is Apanasana. Now raise the raised leg and place it on the respective shoulder as you stretch the opposite leg forward up towards the sky. Place both the hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Next asana is Samanasana on the opposite side. Now place the opposite leg at the perineum and lift the other leg towards the chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze at your third eye.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Next asana is Apanasana. Now place the raised knee on the respective shoulder and stretch the opposite leg towards the sky as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to gaze at your third eye.
पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य ततः
Asana is Gomukhasana. Now cross both the legs and stack the knees in the center of the body as you place the heels by the hips. Interlace the hands and place them on the raised knee as you visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Start performing the pranayama for the following asanas, which is Sitkari Kumbhaka. Inhaling through the clenched teeth as you keep the tongue touching the upper palate, and exhale through your nose. Perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka for the next following asanas as you visualize a cow in your inner space.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणे अपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
Next asana is Anusuyasana. Continue to stay in the same position as you hold the opposite big toes with your index and middle fingers. Perform Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up as you visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space.
दक्षिण कोण नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now interlace the hands behind the back and lean forward, touching the nose to the ground. Visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space.
जीवना गोदा की संधि ऊपरी डाबा गोड़ा की संधि.
Next asana is Garudasana 2. Now sit with one heel by the perineum and the other leg straight with the knee to the chest. Place the hand on respective knees as you gaze at the nose and visualize Garuda in your inner space.
डाबो पगमोडी एडी माहिला गुल्भमूल द्वारनी चैदे.
Asana is Naradasana. Now sit on the place the perineum on one heel and interlace your hands behind the neck as you twist outside of the raised knee. Visualize Narada in your inner space.
पिष्टजवाम वगदली गेरी भूपरिता हिलका बेफेरी.
Asana is Matsyapitakasana. Now place the one leg on the opposite thigh and hold the respective leg with the hands as you place one hand on the shin of the bent leg and the other hand on the toe. Gaze at your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Next asana is Gomukhasana. Now stack the feet, aligning the knees to the center of the body and placing the heels by the hip. Place your hands on the raised knee as you visualize the face of a cow in your inner space and gaze at your nose.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Asana is Anusuyasana 2. Continue to stay in the same position as you hold the big toes of the opposite leg with your index and middle fingers. Perform Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space.
दक्षिण कोण नीचे उठाने बाहों ताके ऊपर आने.
Next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now interlace the hands behind the back as you lean forward, touching the nose to the ground in front. Gaze at your nose and visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space.
जीवना गोदा की संधि ऊपरी डाबा गोड़ा की संधि.
Next asana is Garudasana 2. Now place one leg by the chest with the feet flat on the mat and the other leg on the mat with the heel touching the perineum. Place your hands on the respective knee as you visualize Garuda in your inner space.
डाबो पगमोडी एडी माहिला गुल्भमूल द्वारनी चैदे.
Asana is Naradasana. Now sit on the heel which was next to the perineum and interlace your hands behind the back as you turn outside of the raised knee. Visualize the sage Narada in your inner space.
बिष्टजवाम वगदली गेरी भूपरिता हिलका बेफेरी गोड़ा सुदपनो है जोजी जिबाश तीरा शे सोई.
Next asana is Matsyapitakasana. Now raise the leg which was under the perineum and place it on the opposite thigh. Now with the hand, with one hand hold the big toes, and with the other hand hold the shin of the leg. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you gaze at your nose in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरिदक्षिणम्.
Next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on the thigh, on the opposite thigh, and place the opposite foot on the ground on the far side of the opposite thigh. Twist the body and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee as you keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head backwards, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space as you hold the new japa Om Nithyanandoham in your inner space.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानूपरिन्यसेत्.
Asana is Kubasana. Now stretch the hand which was touching the ear and hold the opposite leg. With the other hand, touch the respective ear as you continue to turn backward and visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand which was touching the ear flat on the mat behind you as you continue to gaze backwards. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space as you gaze at your third eye.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जलप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next asana is Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Now place one foot on the opposite thigh and place the opposite foot on the ground beside the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee as you keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head backwards. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space as you gaze at your third eye.
पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानूपरिन्यसेत्.
Next asana is Kubasana. Now place the hand which was touching the ear on the opposite leg and raise the hand which was on the ground behind you on the respective ear. Visualize yourself as a camel and gaze at your third eye.
को गुण झोलो जाए.
Asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand which was touching the ear flat on the mat behind you and visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space as you gaze at the third eye.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जलप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Asana is Padmasana. Now place the legs on the opposite thighs and place your hands on the respective knee. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space as you start performing Sitali Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling, inhaling with the teeth clenched and the tongue touching the tip of the teeth, and exhaling through the nose. Gaze at the nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and hold the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your inner space.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next asana is Kukutasana. Next asana is Padmasana 2. Now hold the respective toe by crossing your hands and gaze at the tip of the nose as you visualize Goddess Parvati in your inner space.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थ ऊरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
Kukutasana. Now insert the hand between the gap of the thighs and calves as you lift your body off the ground. Start performing Saja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath comfortably, and exhaling as you visualize a rooster in your inner space.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्भोरोरन्तरे करौ.
Asana is Baddha Keki Asana. Now raise From Padmasana, raise onto the knees and place the hands close to each other. Lean forward and place your navel on the elbows as you slowly lift your knees off the ground, balancing on the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
रामोष्टभ्यकरत्वेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः
Next asana is Mayurasana. Now, from a kneeling position, place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press the body against the elbows as you lift the body off the ground, balancing on your hands. Visualize a peacock in your inner space.
पक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्
Asana is Makarasana. Now lie on the belly with your legs pointed outwards and interlace your hands behind the neck. Visualize yourself as a crocodile.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो
Next asana is Shalabhasana. Now place the hands by the chest and lift your legs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्याम्
Asana is Ushtrasana. Now hold the respective leg from the outside and pull it down by the hip. Visualize a camel in your inner space as you continue to perform Saja Kumbhaka.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्
Next asana is Dhanurasana. From Ushtrasana, hold the legs tight and lift them off the ground, simultaneously lifting the chest also. Gaze at your third eye in Shambhavi Mudra and visualize yourself as a bow of Paramashiva.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपकरौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्
Next asana is Bhagasana. Now keep your legs flat and sit on the legs with your thighs and knees stacked. Gaze at the third eye and place the hands on the respective knee as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
मोड़ी पादौ वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे
Next asana is Gohyasana. This is inverted asana, so we request all the participants to take the support of the wall if needed or a partner. Now place the forearms on the ground and interlace the fingers as you place the crown of your head between the interlaced fingers. Now walk your feet forward as you stack the hips on the shoulder and slowly lift the legs off the ground, keeping your knees bent. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ की कोहनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई
Asana Shirasasana. From Gohyasana, slowly raise your legs up and straight as you continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः
Asana is Podhyasana. Now sit on the buttocks as you place your hand behind your calves. Lift your legs off the ground, bringing your forehead to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the new Kumbhaka, which is Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is forceful exhalations and inhalation. Hold the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the rest of the asanas.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने
Next asana is Bharigasana. Now lift your legs and place it at a 45-degree angle as you place the hands behind your shoulders, touching the opposite shoulder. Visualize yourself as a mace and gaze at your third eye.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसाद्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृष्ट्वा हस्ताभ्यां गन्
Next asana is Naukasana. Now rest your legs down for a moment and again raise them back up and place it at a 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down to the ground beside the hips if you need support, or keep them parallel to the legs. Gaze at your third eye and visualize a boat in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Next asana is Rudrasana. Now sit and lift the feet up, scooping the hands under the feet and pull your feet towards the chest. Keep your spine straight as you visualize Rudra in your inner space and gaze at the tip of your nose.
पगदली संपुट करी हाथस्य पग ऊंचाई.
Asana is Unmukha Pitasana 2. Now lie down on your back and place your feet flat on the mat with the knees pointing upwards. Touch the back of your heel with the respective hand and lift the hips off the ground. Tuck your chin to the chest and perform Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वूर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
The next asana is Shavasana. Now straighten your legs and place your hands by the leg with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from your body and perform Shakti Chalana Mudra, which is visualizing the Kundalini going from the Mooladhara to the Sahasrara, which is from the root center to the crown center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and completely filling you as you unclutch from all the senses of your body.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तुषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Start shaking your toes and fingers and moving your legs and hands as you lift your knees towards the chest. Wrap your hands around the knees and rock from side to side as you get up and come to a seated position. We have successfully now finished the first 108 asanas, which is the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Let's continue and finish the another 208 asanas, 200 asanas which are left. Now be in a seated, comfortable seated position with your fingers, with your index and thumbs touching. Place your hands on the respective knee in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Start performing the new pranayama for the following asanas, which is Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold the breath, visualizing the intense digestive fire, and exhale.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
The next asana is Samasana. Now come to a cross-legged position and continue to keep your fingers in Bindu Mudra. As you place your hands on the respective knees, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform Moola Bandha and Samana Kumbhaka.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Asana is Muktasana. Now one leg on top of the opposite thigh and the other leg under the opposite thigh. Visualize yourself as a sage and gaze to the tip of the nose in Muktasana.
सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः.
Next asana is Siddhasana. Continue to maintain the same position as you visualize Swami in your inner space and switch the gaze to the third eye.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next asana is Siddhyasana. Now maintain the same position and place your palms on your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you switch the gaze to the ground in front of you.
वामपादग्रीजानो सीवनिमधितासुकोठानो.
Next asana is Rudrasana 2. Now roll your hands back up and place them in Bindu Mudra. Gaze at the third eye and visualize Lord Rudra in your inner space.
चरण परिदक्षिण राखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
Next asana is Santadunasana. Continue to maintain the same position as you visualize yourself as unshakable and gaze at the tip of the nose.
आसन की चलता मीटे.
Next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now maintain the same position as you cup your palms, making it in the shape of a lotus. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीना सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
Asana is Bandhayoni Asana. Now maintain the same position as you perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which is locking your mouth with the little and ring fingers, closing the nose with the middle finger, closing the eyes with the index finger, and closing the ears with the thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
Asana is Virasana. Now maintain the same position as you keep your hands in Bindu Mudra. Visualize the space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Next asana is Valmikasana. Now continue to maintain the same position as you switch the gaze to the third eye and start visualizing Sage Valmiki in your inner space.
दावा पगगी बगदली पुनी एडी है जोय.
Next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Now continue to keep your legs in the same position as you switch the gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space.
वामपादगी बगदली जाहिमा हिले कोर.
Next asana is Yoni Asana. Now continue to be in the same position as you switch the gaze to the third eye and continue to visualize the Yoni Mandala.
न्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring the soles of the feet together and hold the feet, the hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you perform Uddiyana Bandha, which is locking your stomach in and up, and visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यधः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next asana is Aghorasana. Now place one hand on the respective knee and take the right hand and close the nose and mouth. Perform Abhyantara Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through the left nostril, holding the breath, and then inhaling through the right nostril, holding the breath, and then exhaling through the left nostril. Visualize an Aghori in your inner space.
पूर्वकः बिश्रिका जोई वाही बिजोगी जैसोई.
Next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now place the elbows on the sole of the respective hand and rest the chin on the palms. Perform Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next asana is Parasana. Now lift your knees and keep them together as you insert your hand between the gap of the thighs and calves, interlacing the fingers in front of you. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose as you start performing Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling and then holding your lungs empty comfortably and then inhaling again.
Next
asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlace the fingers around the soles and bring the groove of the toes to the throat. Keep the heels touching the chest and visualize the space of being a king. Next asana is Udarasana. Now sit with the soles of the feet together and insert the hands underneath the legs. Hold the feet with the interlocked fingers and bring the feet up to the chest, resting your chin on the raised feet. Visualize the body free from diseases as you gaze to the nose.
Asana
is Vishishtasana. From the same position, now lift your legs above and keep the legs in front of the face as you visualize yourself excelling in Vishishtasana. Next asana is Bhujasana. Now from a seated position, place the legs on top of the respective shoulder and bring the arms underneath the legs, interlacing the fingers behind the neck. Visualize yourself as a cobra. Next asana is Kalyanasana. From the same seated position, place your arms behind your back and try to interlace your fingers behind your back. Visualize a beautiful goddess in your inner space and gaze to the tip of the nose. Next asana is Sankatasana. Now place one heel underneath the perineum and the other leg over top this leg and place the heel by the hip. Visualize yourself as a swan as you hold the opposite knees and start performing the Ujjayi Pranayama for the following asanas, which is inhaling and exhaling, making an ocean-like sound.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Asanas Dhenukasana. Now slide the leg which is under the perineum and keep both the heels by the hip. Place the hands on the stacked knees and visualize a cow in your inner space as you perform Uddiyana Bandha, which is the stomach lock.
Anushagi Nagara Panchadam Prishilinda Galyamni.
Next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the right leg on the left thigh and the left leg on the right knee. Now twist your body and try to hold the opposite thighs as you gaze at the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंगपरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिशाने बहुरोदक्षिणपदः जोजी ताकीनलिजोपकरे सोयी.
Next asana is Machandrasana 2. Now untwist your body and hold the opposite legs. Lean down and forward, placing your forehead on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजोजी वामजंगपरिराखे सोयी.
Next asana is Guru Asana. Now raise up and interlace the hands and place them on the top knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mahamudra Bandha, which is all the three locks together.
Next
Next asana is Sankatasana on the opposite side. Now place the right knee on the mat and place the left foot flat underneath the perineum. Raise the left leg over top the right leg and bring the left heel to the right hip. Place the hands on opposite knees as you visualize yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्यधरणीतले.
Next asana is Dhenukasana on the opposite side. Now slide the heel which is under the perineum and place both the hands on the top knee. Perform Uddiyana Bandha, which is the pulling the stomach in and up as you visualize the cow in your inner space.
Anushagi Nagara Panchadam Prishilinda Galyamni.
Next asana is Machandrasana. Now place the left foot on the right thigh and the right leg on the left knee. Bring the hands behind the back and try to hold the opposite thigh as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the third eye.
वामजंगपरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिशाने.
Next asana is Machandrasana 2. Now untwist your body and hold the opposite legs as you lean down forward, placing the forehead on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनो चरणजोजी वामजंगपरिराखे सोयी.
Next asana is Guru Asana on the opposite side. Now interlace the fingers and place them on the raised knee as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Pashvasana. Now place both your feet flat on the mat and bring the knees to the chest. Hold the opposite knee and pull it towards your chest as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
भूमो निधाय जानु निवृसि निधाय.
Next asana is Bodha Shokasana. Now hold the opposite wrist and place the chin in the gap between the knees. Visualize being in an abode of bliss and gaze to the nose. Perform Kechari Mudra, which is lifting the tongue and touching the back of the throat.
भूपगदली भूपरिधरे कोरमा हिलिये सेकरे.
Asana is Kurakatasana. Now from the same position, place your hands underneath the thighs and calves. Hold the opposite elbow and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पग बाहर ले आवे घोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे.
Asana is Sumati Asana. From the same position, now cross the feet and let the toes point upwards. Visualize the great sage Mari Sumati in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डावापकपरिदधिपदाने
Asana is Dandasana. Now stretch the legs forward and raise the hands above the head with the fingers interlocked and the palms facing outward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
Next asana is Arambhasana. Now keep your hands down and hold the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Lean forward, placing the forehead on the knees as you perform Nadishodhana Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and visualizing the prana go from your root center to the crown center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next asana is Bhidokasana. Now sit with the legs straight and place the shoulders. Bring the shoulders down and wrap the hands in and around the legs. Hold the soles of the feet as you bring your head towards the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
प्रथम बेसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक ऊर्ध को कोरड़ ओडारे.
Next asana is change the slide. The next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both the legs out with the heels together. Place the nose and chin on the heels and insert the hands below the leg underneath the elbow, underneath the knees with the palms facing upwards. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजे हाथ पसारी.
Asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now stretch both the legs forward and lift one leg and place it behind the neck. Hold the straight leg with both the hands and lean forward, placing the forehead on the knee. Perform Pratyahara Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and visualizing the prana go from the root center to the crown center, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
श्रीमतानवत्संसिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Asana is Anantasana. From Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now lean back and lie down on the back. Hold the leg which is behind your neck with the opposite hand and place the other hand by the body. Visualize yourself as the eternal one and gaze to the tip of the nose.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next asana is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the elbow and gaze at your nose as you visualize yourself with complete control over your body.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next asana is Drishasana. Now lie down on the back and bring the knees to the chest, encircling the thighs and calves with the arms. Roll from left to right as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये पष्टम्ब जङ्घासहित ऊरुनि करध्वजे बद्ध्वा.
Next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the opposite side. Now stretch both the legs out and lift the opposite leg and place it behind the neck. Lean forward, holding the stretched leg with both the hands and place your forehead on the stretched knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्संसिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next asana is Anantasana. Now from Urdhva Paschimottanasana, slowly lie down on the back and hold the raised leg with the opposite hand. Place the other hand by the side of your body and visualize yourself as the eternal one and gaze to the tip of the nose.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next asana is Ankushasana. Now from asana, roll onto the elbow of the hand holding the foot. Visualize yourself having complete control over the body and gaze to the tip of the nose.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवाजां कुर्वन्
Next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now lie on the back and lift one leg at a time and place it behind the neck. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the tip of the nose.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now while laying on the back, raise the legs towards the head and interlace the fingers behind the neck. Visualize Lord Vishnu in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
आत्माराम आसन प्रथम सौधोसोबे.
Next asana is Kochikasana. Now lay on the back and lift the knees and place them on the chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend the arms sideways and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze at the third eye.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो बेसवा करे.
Next asana is the sequence of Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. This is going to be a sequence of asanas. So we're going to be performing all these 6 asanas together. Visualize Swamiji throughout this sequence. Now first lay on the back with the knees to the chest. Keep the arms to the side at a shoulder level. Now for Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent to the ground and the other leg extended straight. Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And Jatara Parivritti 3, bring both the legs straight and hold the legs with the extended hand. Gaze to the opposite side. Now we'll be performing this on the other side also. Now bring both the legs back to the chest and continue to keep the arms stretched at the shoulder level. For Jatara Parivritti 1, bend one knee and keep the other leg straight. Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And for Jatara Parivritti 3, straighten both the legs to one side and hold it with the hand. Turn the head to the opposite direction of the legs.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Dvipada Pitam. Now lie on the back and bend the knees and place the feet flat on the ground. Hold the ankles and lift the hip up, locking your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Perform Murcha Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, locking the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, and exhaling as you visualize yourself as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next asana is Paryankasana. Now lay on the back and place the feet flat on the mat. Bring the arms over the head and place the hands flat on the mat as well with the fingers pointed towards the feet. Lift the entire body and visualize yourself as a stone furniture.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next asana is Shvotanasana. Now lie on your back and bring the knees to the chest and hold the respective shoulder. Start circling the feet as you visualize yourself as a playful dog.
स्वच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभो वा नीच.
Next asana is Viparita Karani. Now lie on the back and raise the hips and legs up. You can keep the hand at the lower back if needed, or else keep the hands straight behind the back. Start circling the legs and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Jalandhara Bandha.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Next asana is Viparita Karani 2. Now just stop the rotation and continue to maintain the same posture as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Next asana is Langalasana from Viparita Karani. Slowly bring your legs backward behind your head. Continue to keep the hands behind the back and perform Murcha Kumbhaka and Jalandhara Bandha.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next asana Shaiti Paschimottanasana. Now from Langalasana, bring your hands forward and hold the respective toes with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next asana Supta Konasana. From the same position, now slowly separate the legs wide apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिभृत्य कुक्षिभागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः.
Next asana is Chakrasana. Now roll onto the back and bring the legs on top of the head with the toes to the ground. Hold the ankles and keep the knees straight as you visualize yourself as a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Now raise your legs and let the soles face the sky and hold the toes as you slowly widen your feet towards the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानवादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now bring your legs back close together and let them face the sky as you continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is Matsyasana. Now from Supta Padangushtasana, lock your legs into Padmasana and let the legs down on the mat. Now hold the opposite elbows behind your head as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Start performing the new Kumbhaka, which is Ujjayi Kumbhaka, for the following asanas. Inhale and exhale, making a ocean-like sound.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरोवेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next asana is Parashuramasana. Now continue to maintain the same posture as you keep the back of the right hand on the left palm. Visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सूधोसो वे भूपरिपाछे.
Next asana is Sarvangasana. Now place your hands on the hips and lift your legs off the ground. Balance the weight of your legs on the elbows and hands as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now lay on the back and keep one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the other knee and Extend both the arms above the head, hooking the fingers forward. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you start to perform Murcha Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling, holding the breath in Jalandhara Bandha and exhaling.
Sudhoshishkeshiki Sandhi Sudakhe.
Next asana is Vrishchikasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of your legs and continue to keep your hands behind the head with the fingers hooked forward. Visualize yourself as a scorpion and gaze at the third eye.
Pratamasen Sudhoshishkeshiki Sandhi Sudakhe.
Next asana is Vrishapadakshepasana. Now lie on the back and interlace the fingers around the neck. Bring one knee forward and touch it with the opposite elbow. Perform this alternating your feet and visualize Swamchi in your inner space. As you start performing Saja Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling comfortably.
Uttanasenam Krutva Angulibhik Kandaram Badhva Kurparo Militva.
Next asana is Marottanasana. Now place the hands by your hip and bring one knee and touch the respective ear. Visualize Swamji in your inner space.
Shrotanavatsam Krutva Janudvayam Parjajena Karnajoho Samsprishet.
Asana is Brikasana. Now lie on your back and raise your legs up. Slowly get up and again lie back down. Perform this again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
Uttanasenam Krutva Padatalabhyam Bhumim Dritva.
Next asana is Lutasana. Now lay on your back and quickly throw the legs above the head, completely rolling over. Finish in a prone position. As you repeat this again and again, visualize Swamji in your inner space.
Uttanasenam Padoshiro Langya Bhumo Sapayitva.
Next asana is Saratasana. Now stay in the same prone position and contract your lips, making a flute-like sound as you visualize carrying warriors into a battle on a chariot.
Senam Krutva Nabhim Bhumo Nidhaja.
Asana is Dehalyulanghanasana. Now come to a plank position, a tall plank position, and start jumping your legs in between your palms and backwards. Repeat this again and again and visualize yourself gone beyond the body.
Hastadvayam Badhva Tanmadhyacharanadvayam Uddanaiva Bahira Nijya Atha Najet.
Next asana is Jatyasana. Now from a standing position, bend forward and place the hands on the mat. Walk on all the four as you visualize yourself as a 60-year-old elephant.
Atha Jatyasanam Vakshe Yena Jatismaro Bhavet.
Asana is Lolitika Karana. Now come to a half squatted position with your knees pointing outward and the soles and the heels touching. Now tilt your head backwards and open your hands wide. Bring the one hand at a time, crossing your chest as you rotate your head in all directions. Relax. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now stand tall on the feet. If you have a rope, tie your feet together or else just continue to stand tall and place the hands by your side. Visualize yourself as the Kundalini going from the root center to the crown center.
Atha Sarpasanam Vakshe Vajipānāya Kevalam Shariram Dandavattishtet Rajjubandhastu Padayoh.
Next asana is Ushtra Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and place the palms under the feet from the front of your feet. Start walking front and back in the mat as you visualize yourself as a camel.
Mushtikanishka Pradeshena Bhumo Nidhaya Uparipadatale Samsthapya.
Asana is Ashwasana. Now stand up and then lean down again. Place the palms under your foot from the side this time and walk front and back, visualizing yourself as a horse.
कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य
Next asana is Kapotani Takasana. Now interlace your fingers behind the back and pull them down towards the calves, tilting your head backwards. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
Next asana is Pushpaputam Karna. Now stand tall with the palms together and knees in a half squatted position. Bring the palms together in Namaskara Mudra and gently bend the knee and keep the toes and simultaneously open up the palm, raising the heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and the shoulders of the respective heel. Visualize offering flowers to Paramashiva. Next asana is Khadgasana. Now lie down on the stomach and raise to a plank position. Jump the feet forward and stand up. Then bring the palms together, forming the horn of the rhinoceros. Visualizing yourself as a rhino and gaze at the nose.
नुजसरतमासनं गत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं पष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत्.
Next asana is Uttanottanam. In this asana you can use weights to intensify it. Now sit down on the ground and stand up again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् अस्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next asana is Musalasana. Now stand up straight and start jumping with the hands raised above the head. Visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुनयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा
Asana is Uchchirshakasana. Now from the standing position, pull one sole to the belly and sit down and stand up with the opposite leg. Do this on the other side again and again, switching the sides. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Asana is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand in the half squatted position and lift the right knee to the chest. The left knee to the chest and hold the raised knee with the respective hand, clenching the fingers of that hand into a fist. Place the opposite hand on the respective hip with the fingers pointing towards the body. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Asana is Tandavasana. Now on one leg, stand straight and lift the opposite leg forward. Lower the body down to the mat and stand up again. Keep the straight leg extended throughout as you visualize yourself dancing fiercely as Paramashiva.
पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place the left foot on the opposite thigh, on the root of the opposite thigh, and stand on the mat like a rod. Place the hands by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma in your inner space.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्य यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap the left leg over the right knee and tuck the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross the left arm below the right arm and touch the palms together, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next asana is Ekadasana. Now stand straight on the right leg. Keep the left foot on the opposite thigh. Let the hands be relaxed by the knee as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue to perform Saja Kumbhaka and Mula Bandha.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
Asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand on the right leg and hold the toes of the left foot and straighten it out to the side. Rotate on the standing leg as you visualize the pole star in your inner space.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on the right leg and lift the left foot and place it behind the neck. Sit down and stand up as you visualize Lord Vishnu taking 3 steps.
एक ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next asana is Parshvajanukarana on the opposite side. Now stand with your knees bent and the heels touching. Lift the right leg towards the chest and hold the right leg with the respective hand, clenching the fingers into a fist. Place the opposite hand on the hip with the fingers pointed towards the body. Next asana is Tandavasana on the opposite side. Now stand straight and lift one leg straight and forward. Sit down and stand up on the opposite leg as you maintain the stretched leg straight throughout. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva dancing fiercely.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place on the opposite side. Now place the right foot in the inner left thigh and stand erect on the mat like a rod. Place the hands by the side as you visualize Brahma in your inner space.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next asana is Garudasana 3. Now stand tall and wrap the right leg over and across the left knee. Tuck the right toes on the other side of the left calf as you simultaneously cross the right arm below the left arm. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
नगोर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Asana is Ekapadasana. Now stand on the left leg and place the right foot in the front of the opposite thigh. Place the hands by the knees, relax and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
Asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand on the left leg and hold the toe of the right foot and straighten it out to the side. Rotate your body quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the pole star.
हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा
Next asana is Trivikramasana. Now stand on the right leg and lift the left foot behind the neck. Stand tall and alternate standing and sitting as you visualize Lord Vishnu taking 3 steps.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next asana is Samanakakarana. Now stand tall on the feet and let the heels touch and the toes point outward. Place the hands by your side. Next asana is Ghorakanjali asana. Now stand tall and then bend forward, bringing both the hands underneath the knees. Make a finger lock and sit in a squatting posture and let the interlocked fingers touch the navel. Visualize Goraknatha in your inner space and start performing Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and holding the breath, visualizing the prana spreading all over your body and exhaling.
प्रथम ही बोहो ये बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे
Asana is Kanchiyasana. Now insert the hands between the thighs and calves and wrap the hands around the buttocks as you squat down with the hands behind. Let the chest be upright and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊरुमध्यात् हस्तौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next asana is Bhairuvasana. Now bring the feet together and sit in a squatting posture with the heels touching the perineum. Hold the hands at the back and sit upright and gaze to the nose as you visualize Bhairava in your inner space.
दो बगा की थलिया की माहिली कोर मिला ये फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next asana is Varahasana. Now squat all the way down on the ground and keep your feet together with the toes apart. Bring your elbows up and close to the head with the palms joined over and tilt it and turn it backside behind your back with the toes pointing downwards. Gaze to the nose and visualize Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागदली की माहिली कोर मिला ये फना पानी उकड़ वैसे.
Next asana is Pripitasana. Now keep the heels touching and bring your hips to the same level as your knees. Let the hands hang down with the fingertips touching the mat in front of you. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वयं मील्या स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानप्रदेश आनीज्य तिष्ठेत् प्रपीठासनं भवेत्.
Next asana is Bakasana. Now place the hands on the mat, shoulder width apart with the fingers wide apart. Place your knees on the back of the arms and lean forward, lifting the legs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमविष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
Asana is Shushtanga Kapalyasana. We request all the participants who have any ailments to not perform these inverted asanas without the consultation of your doctor. For the rest of the participants, now you can take the support of a wall or a partner to perform this asana. Now kneel down on the ground with the palms shoulder width apart, with the hands shoulder width apart, and place the crown of the head on the ground. Bring the legs forward and stack the hips on the shoulders as you slowly lift the legs off the ground. Lock your legs into Padmasana and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुणकपाल आछो होई.
Asana is Guptasana. Now keep the toes flat and touch the opposite feet. Sit down between the feet and let the heels come outside of the hip. Keep the hands on respective knee and sit straight. And visualize you are sitting in Shiva's secret posture.
धनुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Next asana is Vrikshasana too. This is an inverted asana. So we request the participant or everyone to take the support of a wall or partner if needed. Now place the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart with the fingers wide. Stack the hips on the shoulders and slowly kick the legs up. Balance in the handstand as you visualize a tree in your inner space.
चक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Asana Shivoham. Now switch the gaze to the third eye as you continue to balance in the handstand.
दो बगजोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next asana is Matsyasana 2. Now come to a plank position and slowly bring your chest down to the mat and raise it up. Visualize a fish in your inner space.
निब्जं शयनं कुरुपरो पार्श्वभागायाम् ऊर्ध्वकृत्य.
Asana is Sarpasana 2. Now lie on your belly and place the hands on the respective hip. Turn from right to left and visualize yourself as a snake.
युज्यं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य पादोदीघीकृत्य.
Next asana is Niralambhanasana. Now continue to lie down on the belly and place the elbows next to the chest and rest the chin on the palms. Visualize yourself being completely supported.
ह्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत्कुर्परया सुधीः मुखमुन्नमनुच्चायी निरालम्बनमासनम्.
Next asana is Chatrasana. Now place your hands in front of you and lift the chest up. Bend the knees and try touching the back of the head to the toes. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru.
ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next asana is Vajrasana. Now sit on the knees, on the heels, with the top of the feet flat on the mat. Stretch the arms in front of you and place the forehead on the mat. Visualize yourself as the weapon of Lord Indra.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
Next asana is Meshasana. Now place the arms flat on the mat as you lift the hips up towards the sky. Start alternating lifting one hand and forcefully placing it on the mat. Visualize yourself as a powerful ram.
गजासनसंस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. Now place your palms flat on the mat, shoulder width apart, and slowly walk your feet towards and stacking your hips on the shoulder. Kick your legs off the ground and come to a handstand as you slowly bring your forehead to the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनसंस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. Now sit on the heels and with the legs together, interlace the fingers around the toes and pull the feet upward towards the perineum, and then place the hands on the respective knees. Keep the spine straight and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विधिपरिहाता की काकसीस्यो फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Next asana is Angamotanam. Now interlace your fingers in front and then behind you. Stretch the arms forward to the side and then backward, giving massage to various muscles. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात्तरमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत्. अङ्गमोत्तनं भवति.
Next asana is Garudasana 4. Now sit on the heels in Vajrasana and turn the feet towards the side. Keep the thighs and knees on the ground and keep the spine straight and place the hands on the respective knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
अङ्गोरुभ्यां धरां बीड्या स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना जानो बरिगरद्वन्द्वा गरुडासनम् उच्यते.
Next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now sit with the legs folded back and the toes pointed backwards. Keep the knees wide and the front of the buttocks on the ground. Gaze at the third eye and visualize you are residing in a blissful temple.
अथ पक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
This asana is Mandukasana 2. Now sit with the knees wide and the feet overlapping on the ankles. Keep the hands underneath the knees and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Perform Manduki Mudra, which is rolling the tongue and pressing the upper palate, and perform Udyana Bandha, which is the stomach lock, pulling the stomach in and up.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबलयाकृतेः हस्तो पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next asana is Narasimhasana. Now keep your toes on the mat with the heels up and together. Place the perineum on the heels and place your palms on the ground with the fingers wide apart. Touch the thumbs and the base of the hand on the ground. Gaze to the nose and stick your tongue out with an exhale forcefully. Visualize Narasimha, the lion avatar of Lord Vishnu. Gaze at the nose.
दोवो फणा पाणी होए वैसे एडी मेल रघुदारी वैसे समशरीरनी काट हरावे नासा अग्र दृष्टि पे.
Next asana is Bishrikasana. Now sit on the toes and place the perineum on the heels. Separate the knees sideways and place them on the ground. Make a hollow with your palms and place it on the mouth. Keep the thumbs of both the hands underneath the teeth and close the lips. Gaze at the nose and perform Vishrika Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through the left nostril and exhaling through the mouth. Visualize Devi, Lord Durga, Goddess Durga in your inner space and gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra.
दो बगा की एडी जोई गोड़ा फनोबान पुनि होई.
Asana is Makarasana. Now sit with the soles together and on top of the feet. Keep the heels bent and the elbows. Sit on the heels and bend the elbows, bringing the fingers to the armpit. Scratch your body as you imitate a monkey. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey and gaze at your third eye.
दोबू बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिटाने मूलद्वार ईड्यां परिन्यावे मूड़ा हाथ ऊंचा टहरावे.
Next asana is Vajrasangarasana. Now stand on the toes with the soles of the feet together and knees off the ground. Sit on the heels and hold the elbows from the behind as you gaze at the nose and visualize a diamond in your inner space.
वणा पानी होए वैसे दोबू एड़ी गुदानी वैसे गोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाज पसारे धीर.
Next asana is Kanjanasana. Now keep the toes down and the ankles crossed behind and sit on the crossed ankles. Place the palm on the side of the mat and visualize perfect health for you. Gaze at your nose and perform Udyana Bandha, which is the stomach lock.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा हस्तौ भूमौ प्रधारयेत्.
The next asana is Kurmasana. Now, with the toes flat, cross the feet and place the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees wide on the floor and rest the hands on the respective knees. Visualize yourself as a tortoise and gaze to the nose. Continue to perform Ujjayi Kumbhaka and Moolabandha.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरोग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Asana is Yogasana. Now sit with the toes flat and cross the feet and place the perineum on the back of the heels. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you gaze at the nose.
उदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next asana is Vijogasana. Stand on the knees and cross the ankles behind with the feet near the opposite knees. Hold the calf with the fingers and keep the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye and visualize oneness with your Guru.
गोड़ा वामो उबो होजी गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दो जी दछि पाकड़ी पानी रहावे फनो वाम गोड़ा ढिलियावे.
The next asana is Ushtrasana too. Now, in the kneeling position, bend backward and hold the respective ankle with the hands. Keep the arms straight and push the hip forward, tilting the head backwards. Visualize yourself as a camel as you continue to perform Ujjayi Kumbhaka and Mulabandha.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविवादयिषु पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
Next asana is Jatyasana. Now, with the heels together and the hands on the sole of the feet, slowly lean back, bringing the elbow down to the mat. Place the back of the hand on the mat, head on the back of the mat, and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as a blooming lotus.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारित रिधरे.
Asana is Viratasana. Now use the hands to support the body if needed. Otherwise, you can sit on the knees with the thighs and calf together. Lean back and touch your head to the back, touch your back to the ground and then rise up. Do this again and again and visualize your body healing and gaze to the nose.
जङ्घापृष्ठभूमो निधाय जङ्घोदरयोः ऊरुनी संस्थाप्य.
Next asana is Kapotasana. Now from Virasana, raise the hips higher and bring the forearms on the mat and hold the back of the heels. Bring your head between the feet. Visualize yourself as a dove which is flying.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविवादयिषु पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्वितहिताशनः.
Next asana is Varasana. Now stand on the knees with the toes tucked. Hold the arms of the opposite hand. Hold the elbows of the opposite hand. And visualize getting a boon from Paramashiva. Gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra.
भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत्.
Next asana is Hasana 2. Now from the kneeling position, keep your knees together and toes tucked. Lean forward and bring the elbows to the mat. Hold the head with both the hands and rest the hands on the side of the elbows. Rest the hand on the side of the knees. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निकथ्यते कूर्परौ भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्यामवनिमवष्टभ्य.
Next asana is Mundasana. This is an inverted asana. So we request all the participants to take the support of a wall or partner if needed. Now kneel down and place your elbows on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlace your fingers and place your head on the mat. Support your head with the hands and walk your knees forward, lifting the hips and then raising your legs straight. Visualize yourself as a loped tree.
मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next asana is Andasana. Now kneel down with the head between the knees and keep your elbow adjacent to the knees. Hold the head with both the hands and exhale through the mouth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose.
प्रथमभगदली समटहरावे कोरमाहिलियुभे मिलावे.
Next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie down on the stomach and extend the hands straight in front of the head. Slowly lift the legs and hands and chest off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust.
शलभासनभेदाश्च नटभेरुण्डनामके गण्डभेरुण्डसहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next asana is Kapalasana. Now lie on the belly with the arms by the side. and keep your forehead on the ground. Visualize yourself as a skull in Kapalasana.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत् कपालासनं भवति.
Asana is Akasha Kapotasana. Now, from the lying position, bring your hands to the side of your hips and kick your legs off the ground, slowly bringing the legs in front of the head and placing them flat on the mat. Visualize yourself as a flying dove as you continue to perform Saja Kumbhaka and Moola Bandha.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
Next asana is Chatakasana. Now sit on the knees and bring the chest down to the navel touches the knees. Keep the hands flat on the mat and the forearms on the ground. Visualize yourself as a sparrow.
परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोष्टभ्याम्.
Next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. Now kneel down on the hands and place the forearms on the ground. Raise the legs behind the back and touch the feet to the head. Lift the chin and hold the position as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
शिवपुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिभाष्णे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यको.
Asana is Vrishasana. Now place the perineum down on the right heel and keep the left foot outside of the hip with the ankle to the side. Place the hands on the mat and visualize yourself as a bull. Start performing the Antaranga Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is forceful exhalations, inhalations and exhalations.
जाम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next asana is Lolasana. Now from a kneeling position, place the hands flat on the mat in front, lift the knees off the ground and cross the toes of the left foot over top the right. Balance on your hands and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Next asana is Vrishasana on the opposite side. Now place the perineum down of the left heel and keep the left foot outside of the hip. Place the right foot outside of the hip with the ankle to the side. Place the hands on the side of the mat resembling a bull. Visualize a bull in your inner space.
जाम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next asana is Balagunasana. Now place the toes of the left foot on the ground and sit on the heel of the left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised towards the chest. Place the palm on respective knees and maintain an upright position as you visualize the Siddha Balaguna in your inner space.
आसन को गुणजल विकारजायी.
Next asana is Grahasana. Now stand up and squat with the feet flat on the mat. Bring the elbows under the thighs and wrap the hands around the shin. Hold on to the ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as a planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्यकूर्परौ स्थाप्य.
Next asana is Balagunasana on the opposite side. Now place the right toes on the ground and sit on the heel of the right foot. Place the left foot flat on the ground with the knees raised towards the chest. Place the palms on the respective knees. Visualize yourself as Balaguna, one of the 84 Siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
The next asana is Utkatasana. Now squat on the toes with the heels up and the knees off the mat. Place the perineum on the heels and the hands on the respective knee. Keep the spine straight and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Next
asana is Vajrasankharasana 2. Now sit on the toes with the perineum on the heels and the soles together. Keep the knees wide and off the ground. Hold the opposite elbow behind the back. Visualize Swamiji in the inner space and continue to perform Antaranga Kumbhaka and Mulabandha.
प्रथम बना पानी होए जैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदा निवेश है घोड़ा उभा राखे थी आड़े वाय पसारे धीर.
The next asana is Anilasana. Now squat with the feet hip width apart. Keep the hands under the soles of the feet from inside and place the palms down under the feet. Keep the arms straight and gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra as you visualize your ability to live off air alone. Continue to perform Antaranga Kumbhaka and Mulabandha. Next asana is Padukasana. Now stand tall and lean forward and place your hands on the mat with the palms underneath the feet. Hold the feet with the fingers and walk forward and back in your mat as you visualize yourself wearing padukas and walking.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next asana is Kukkudodhanasana. Now place the palms on the mat, shoulder width apart, and keep the legs flat on the mat. As you jump your feet off the mat and let them fall back again on the mat. Visualize yourself as a rooster and do this again and again.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले चोर्धमुड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत्.
Asana is Viparita Nrittasana. Now place your hands on the mat, shoulder width apart, and keep the fingers wide apart. Lean forward and stack the hips on the shoulders as you kick the legs off the ground and get into a handstand. Start shaking your legs and dancing in this handstand position as you visualize yourself being free from everything.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्.
Next asana is Kunjarasana. Repeat. Separate the feet and place the palms down. Spread the feet and place one palm down on the mat and the other palm touching the respective ear. Bring the opposite. Visualize yourself as visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing Saja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling comfortably and holding the breath and exhaling.
अक्षय महादेव कुंजरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Asana is Kunjarasana on the opposite side. Now place the opposite hand flat on the mat and with the other hand touch the respective ear. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform Saja Kumbhaka and Mulabandha.
अक्षय महादेव कुंजरासनम् उत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठे चिरकरः.
The next asana is Kardambasana. Now sit on the ground with the feet flat and the heels close to the body. Hold a respective ankle and lift the feet off the ground. Visualize yourself as the Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्निभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्या हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा
The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Now sit with the heels at the perineum and hold the knees with the hands. Press them towards the chest and visualize the excess vata being released from your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके जानुनि वक्षसि साधुर्बभ्रतीकरबन्धनैः.
The next asana is Chakorasana. Sit with one leg placed, sit with both your legs stretched forward and lift one leg and place it behind your neck. Place both your hands by the side and lift the entire body off the ground, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next asana is Dhanurasana 2. Now place both the legs straight and hold the respective legs with the hands. Hold the big toe of the respective leg with the index and middle fingers. Pull the right leg towards the ear and visualize yourself as the bow of Paramashiva.
ताङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift the left leg and place it over top the left shoulder. Bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while you extend the legs towards the side and lift the entire body and balance on the hand. Visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. Visualize your ability to exist from prana alone as you gaze through the third eye in Shambhavi Mudra.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
Next asana is Parshamachendrasana. Now place the right foot at the root of the left thigh and the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left hand by the right hand and twist the body. Gaze at the third eye in Shambhavi Mudra and visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha in your inner space.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Next asana is Chakorasana on the opposite side. Sit with the both legs extended forward and lift the opposite leg and place it behind the neck. Place both the hands flat on the mat and lift the stretched leg forward. As you lift the entire body off the ground, visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy and gaze at the third eye.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next asana is Dhanurasana 2. Now sit on the ground and hold the right toe with the index and middle fingers and pull the foot towards the right ear. Keep the other leg extended as you hold that extended leg with the left hand. Visualize yourself as a bow.
ताङ्गुष्टौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्.
Next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now place the left leg over top place the right leg over top the right shoulder and bring the left leg across the body and hook it on top of the right foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out towards the right side. Lift the body off the ground and balance on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. Visualize your ability to live solely from prana as you gaze at the third eye in Shambhavi Mudra.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यत् स चामरः.
Next asana is Parshamatsendrasana. Now place the right foot at the root of the left thigh and the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand and twist the body, remaining steady. Gaze at the third eye in Shambhavi Mudra and visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha in your inner space.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृत्य तेजास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now extend both your legs straight and bend the left leg towards the perineum. Lean forward, bringing the chest and head towards the leg as you place your forehead on the knee. Hold the stretched leg with both the hands and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and visualizing the prana spread all over your body.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाथीवने सम्पीड्य.
Asana is Kraunchasana. Now place your left ankle outside of the hip and hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keep the knee straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next asana is Ardhapaschimottanasana on the opposite side. Now keep the both legs stretched and bring the right leg towards the perineum. Lean forward and hold the stretched left leg with both the hands as you place your forehead on the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाथीवने सम्पीड्य.
Asana is Kraunchasana. Now place the right ankle outside of the hip and hold the sole of the left foot and lift it up, placing your forehead on the knees. Keep the knee straight and gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as a crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next asana is Swastikasana. Now sit with your soles between the thighs and calves and keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place the palms on the respective knees as you visualize yourself as the embodiment of peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra.
अनोर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे रुजुकाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Asana is Ghorakasana. Now maintain the same position as you cover the heels with the respective hands. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the tip of the nose in Shambhavi Mudra. Visualize the great sage Goraknatha in your inner space.
जानुर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now bring the left heel to the perineum and the right foot on the left thigh. Close your eyes with the close the mouth with the little fingers and the ring fingers. Close the nose in with the middle fingers. Close the eyes with the index finger and the ears with the thumbs, which is the Shambhavi Mudra. Gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वगुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
The next asana is Yogasana 2. Now place the feet on top of the opposite knee as you place the hand on the ground beside you. Keep the palms facing up and the spine straight as you gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to the tip of the nose, and start performing the new Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling with the tongue bent like a straw, and make sure that the tongue does not touch the teeth, and exhale through the nose.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next asana is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now roll the palms and place the palms on the ground and continue to be in Padmasana. Slowly lift the body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a rooster and perform Kakachanchukumbhaka and Mulabandha.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next asana is Siddhaharatalyasana. Now insert the hands between the gap of the thighs and calves. Maintain that position without lifting your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose in Shambhavi Mudra and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो भूगोड़ासन दिधरे.
Next asana is Hamsasana. Now lift your body from the same position as you visualize yourself as a swan. Gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्दपर्यन्तम् ऊरोनि नीत्वा.
Next asana is Karmakasana. Now from Padmasana, insert the hands between the thighs and calves while sitting. Reach the hands behind the body, interlacing the fingers behind you. Bring the forehead to the floor and gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as the bow of Lord Shiva.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही करिधरे.
Asana is Kurmasana 2. Now from Padmasana, insert the hands between the gap of the thighs and calves. Lift your hands and place it on the shoulders of the respective hand. Balance as you visualize yourself as a tortoise. Continue to perform Kakachanchukumbhaka.
दाइजंग वरदक्षिण पावा दाइजंग परिपाइल्यावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. Continue to maintain the same position as you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself in Shiva's secret knot posture. Gaze to the nose.
पक्षे नीलकंठ ग्रंथिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. Now slowly roll onto the back as you continue to hold the respective shoulder with the hand. Visualize yourself as a tortoise and gaze to the nose.
आसनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धम्.
Next asana is Panga Kukutasana. Now sit back up and lock your legs in Padmasana. Place both the hands through the gap of your thighs and calves as you hold the left hand with your right hand. Lift your body off the ground on just your left hand and balance as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next asana is Panga Kukutasana on the opposite hand. Now hold the right hand with the left hand and raise the body off the ground on the right hand. Visualize yourself as the rooster.
स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यसमनिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Asana is Gridrasana. Now place the elbow on the opposite soles and interlace the fingers, resting your chin on the interlaced fingers. Visualize yourself gone beyond greed as you continue to perform Kakachanchukumbhaka and Mulabandha.
तानोर्भोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next asana is asana 3. Now stack the palms, placing your right palm over top your left palm and keep it in front of your navel center. Gaze to the tip of your nose in Shambhavi Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform Mahamudra Bandha, which is performing all the 3 bandhas together.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्
Asana is Padmasana 4. Now place your palms on the respective knees as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Gaze at the tip of the nose in Shambhavi Mudra.
पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः
Asana is Karmukasana 2. From Padmasana, hook the right hand, index and middle fingers around the right toe from the bottom of the foot and pull it like a bow back and forth. Place the left hand on the respective knee and repeat this on the opposite side, visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow.
न्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोस्थितम्.
The next asana is Karmukasana 3. Now push your Padmasana even deeper as you place each foot on the inner part of both the thighs. Now cross your hands behind the back and try to hold the respective foot. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow and gaze to the nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha and Kaka Chanchakumbhaka.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवाजिर्वसो जाति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्रे वेष्टयित्वा प्रधारयेत् करेण दक्षिणो नैव वामपादान्तिकं ततम्.
Next asana is Dridasana. Now continue to maintain the same position as you release yourself from Mahamudra Bandha and hold only the Mula Bandha. Gaze at the third eye and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's third eye.
गुरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिण च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके.
The next asana is Nagrasana. Now continue to hold your legs if you can and lie down. If you are not able to hold on to your toes, just cross your hands behind the back and lie down. Visualize yourself as a snake and gaze to the nose and start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling and holding the breath and exhaling comfortably.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी सोबई कहुन्या कुल्या पानी.
The next asana is Kandukasana. Now lie on your back and bring the thighs and calves towards the knees. Hold the legs, wrap the legs with your hands as you squeeze your body. Visualize yourself as a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति.
Asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now lie on the back with the knees raised and knees together. Keep the feet flat on the ground. Place the hands interlocked behind the head and gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैनगरावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे गुल्फमा हिला अंगुष्ठदोजी करे एक समेल रसोई.
Next asana is Markatapitasana. Now lie on your back and bend the knees, keeping the feet flat on the mat. Place the upturned palms underneath the heels and lift the hips up. Perform Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as a powerful ape.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्र मयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
Next asana is Uttana Shikihi Pitakashana. Now lie on your back and raise the hips up with the support of your hands. Place the elbows on the ground to bear the weight of your body. Lock the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze to the nose in Shambhavi Mudra.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
The next asana is Gangadhara's not changing the slide. Narakasana. Now lie on your back and raise the hips off the ground with the legs pointing towards the ceiling. Bring the hands to the back, lower back for support if needed, or else let the elbows and hands be extended on the mat below. Balance on in this position as you visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell. Perform Murcha Kumbhaka and Jalandhara Bandha.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्त्रजेत् नरकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Tiryanavakasana. Now slowly bring the hands towards the lower back as you slowly angle your legs forward. Visualize yourself as a boat and continue to perform Morcha Kumbhaka and Jalandhara Bandha.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now slowly lower the hands and keep it flat on the mat behind and continue to balance in this upturned position as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, which is respected across all nations, and perform Morcha Kumbhaka and Jalandhara Bandha.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्यां मस्तकलाख्येन पादाग्रद्वयमूर्ध्वनयेत् ध्वजासनं भवति.
Relax. Now slowly place your legs on the mat and place the palms by your side. Completely unclutch from your body as you visualize Swamiji blessing you and perform the Mula. As you perform the Shakti Chalana Mudra, which is visualizing your prana go from your Mooladhara to the Sahasrara, which is your root center to the crown center. Completely unclutch from all the senses and just intensely visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, I welcome all the Paramashivoham level 1 participants to the power manifestation session. We've just completed the Prathama Vinyasa Krama and the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama Yoga. Now let us enter into the power manifestation. Today we are going to be doing the power manifestation of the third eye blindfold reading, where all of you are going to be closing your eyes and reading through the third eye. So yesterday we have started the power manifestation already. So we're going to be continuing those power manifestations today. So we have energized our bodies with the yoga that we have just done, the 308 asana sequence. Let us enter into the power manifestation now. I request all the participants to please go ahead and get your eye bands and be seated. Please be seated in front of the screen with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Get your eye bands. Close your eyes with the eye bands. I'm going to be projecting the image on the screen. So tie your eyes with the eye bands now and start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Intensely start chanting the Mahavakya. The image is going to be projected now, so make sure to keep your eyes closed. The image is now projected. Keep your eyes closed and continue to manifest the power.
I bless you
For
all.
the next 3 minutes,
Let you
we are
all
going to be manifesting
open
this
all
power.
your three eyes.
Please continue to do the power
Manifest
manifestation.
the powers of
Chant the
Mahasudashiva.
Mahavakya. Visualize from the third eye.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Yes. Now relax. Take your eye bands off and slowly open your eyes. You can all now relax and open your eyes. We've manifested the first round of the power manifestation. With this, we come to the end of today's power manifestation. Now let us go ahead and verify the result that we just saw. So you can go ahead and share or write down everything that you saw in your third eye now. So whatever you saw in your third eye, please go ahead and write that down in a piece of paper, or you can type it down in your phones or anything. Please make sure to note them, whatever you saw in your third eye. After this, we are going to be verifying the revelation that was there. I'm going to be projecting the image now for all of you to see. Yes, it is now projected on the screen. You can see it is Swamiji's image, wearing red color dress, playing the drums. You can see Swamiji is playing drums in this image. Such a beautiful image. Yes. Now you can go ahead and share your experiences on the social media, and go ahead and post whatever you saw in your third eye, what was projected, what you saw, and also
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to all the participants, every one of you. We welcome you all for the program today. It's so wonderful to have each and every single one of you that are here joining us today. Hope all of you are doing wonderful. How are you all doing? We just have a few more days left before the Paramashivoham level 3 for this Navaratri season is about to start. And I'm so excited to announce that this season, it's going to be so special because we are going to be learning some of the most mysterious powerful revelations from Swamiji, and along with the intensity of Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother who is going to be manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we all are going to be celebrating this Navaratri with Swamiji. All the viewers that are here tuned in with us, we welcome each and every single one of you here. Can I request all of you to take a moment to comment, leave a comment in the chat if you are here watching us live right now. All the viewers sitting in various parts of the globe, take a moment now and please post here in the live chat section if you are here watching us right now. And thank you so much for taking your time and joining us for this program. So today we are going to be entering into the day 2 preparation. Yesterday we all prepared for the day 1 and today we are preparing for the day 2. Actually till Vijayadasami. Swamiji has opened up this program. This is actually a $21,000 program which Swamiji has made it completely available for free till this Vijayadasami ends, meaning the Chaturmasya period starting from Guru Purnima till Vijayadasami. So Swamiji has opened this up for all of us to join, celebrate and enjoy.
And this is even more special because for all of us that are here, for every one of us, this Navaratri that's coming up is one of the most beautiful time where you can intensely focus. Ratri means intensity, the 9 nights of intensity. And these 9 days are the best time for you to turn inwards, which means it's the most conducive time for a human being to travel towards enlightenment, to travel the path of enlightenment. So every one of you that are sitting in here, do not miss this experience. Make sure each of you are making it a point to be a part of the upcoming Paramashivoham. And today, we're all going to be learning about some of the beautiful aspects of Paramashivoham. We're going to be glimpsing it, I would say. We're going to be experiencing what it is to mean to attend Paramashivoham. Like yesterday, we all learned about the science of Kalpataru, right? How you can create the reality that you want. Today, we're all going to be understanding one of the most important aspects. We're going to be learning about the basics, the genesis of identity. We're going to be understanding about the happening of all the ultimate auspicious things in life.
We are going to now be understanding about the vertical time zone, how the 14 lokas are existing. We are going to be learning about that. We are going to be learning about the existence of parallel universe. How do these things exist and how can we access them? See, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is extremely ancient and the most advanced science that has ever been known to humanity. The modern day science, even though we say that, okay, we are living in a well-advanced era, where we say that we are living in such an advanced civilization, but we all need to know something. We do not have even the full, like even the first 10% of the knowledge that our ancestors had. These things have been now lately being proved by the modern day science. For example, let's take the example of existence of Big Bang, black hole. Our scriptures had revealed about this. Like, for example, the Skanda Purana talks about how the Big Bang happens and the creation of the universe and how the Big Bang happened, how the black hole happens, how the black hole exists, and what is the structure of a black hole. It's very clearly described in our Puranas, in our Hindu scriptures. But unfortunately, because of the relentless persecution that we as Hindus have been facing. We have lost touch with the real science that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is. It's being reduced, or actually we all are being brainwashed to believe that this is just a religion with some rituals and rites. No, Hinduism contains a plethora of information, the most secretly guarded cosmic secrets are present in these scriptures. And once you get access to these, you are having access, you're tapping into something that's something phenomenal, where it could unlock various layers of potential energy of yours. Now, what you're experiencing with this mere identity as a human being, with which itself is struggling with a lot of problems, issues in our day-to-day lives, when you understand our Hindu scriptures, you get access not just to this body, but also your identity that is established across 14 lokas. You may be wondering, what are these 14 lokas? And that's exactly what we are going to be learning in this first session.
And this also is going to be highlighting to us the importance of why we need to know about this. What difference does it make? Handling Bhuloka itself is too much for me. What am I going to learn about 14 lokas? No, it matters. Because if you have the right introduction about you to you, the way you see reality is going to be completely different. So let us all now listen to Swamiji's revelations on the 14 lokas.
Just like how we have the time zones as to, let's say, EST, we say Eastern Standard Time, Pacific Standard Time, Indian Standard Time, or GMT, like this, each of the time zones, we call it as like different time zones. You move from India to US, the time zones are completely different. So what we know as time zones are horizontal time zones, which are in this same plane. But what Swamiji is going to be revealing about is vertical time zones. These behave completely differently. Here, not just the timing changes, the dimension of time itself completely changes. So let's listen to the revelation now.
Vertical time zones exist. Please understand, let me present exactly what I mean by the word vertical time zones. Then I'll try to share what is the need for us to understand about vertical time zones. See, all of us know the time zones like Pacific time zone. We say East Coast time zone, West Coast, Central time zone. In India, we have Indian Standard Time. The time zones in this planet Earth is horizontal time zone. Based on the sunrise to sunset in this planet Earth, various countries practice different time zones. All the time zones observed, practiced in the planet Earth, I call them horizontal time zone. There is something called vertical time zone. What I mean by the word vertical time zone? what I mean by the word vertical time zone. For us, 1 year is 1 day for the higher time zone, Swargaloka. That is why Nataraja, the god of Swargaloka, receives 6 Abhishekam in a year. Because for Devatas in Swargaloka, the 1 year of Bhumandala, Bhuloka, 1 year of planet Earth is 1 day in Swargaloka. There are vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya. The Satyaloka, where Brahma resides, there 1 day of Brahmaloka is 4.32 billion human years. Understand? 1 day of Swargaloka means the vertical time zone above us. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa. It goes and Satya, then beyond Satya is Vaikunta, beyond Vaikunta is Kailasa. Below Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Batala. Understand, I am not giving you some superstitious theories. No. I'll give you precise understanding and experience of these vertical time zones. And understanding about these vertical time zones as a direct utility for your day-to-day life. It can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, psychological wellness, a very powerful way of existing, and above all, life of Paramashivoham. You can exist embodying the space of Paramashiva, state space of Paramashiva, and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Understand? The idea you carry about you is very important because that is the foundation from which you manifest your life. Knowledge about the vertical time zone, especially experientially, can change absolutely your life for best, highest, supreme form of existence. The Paramashivoham makes you experience the state space powers of Paramashiva. That superconsciousness entering into individual consciousness of you, your individual consciousness, and mutation happening, you manifesting. That superconscious mutation is the ultimate, we call it moksha, ultimate liberation, Paramadvaita Anubhuti. In Sanskrit, we use the word Paramadvaita Anubhuti, ultimate oneness. Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is focused on this superconscious mutation, ultimate oneness. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals about this cosmos. It has vertical time zones, higher worlds, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Jana, Brahma, Vaikunta, Kailasa, the higher worlds and the lower worlds, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. I'll project a simple description diagram of these lokas. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism, reveals about the cosmos, the higher planes, vertical time zones, and the lower planes, both. Just physical mutation and mental mutation happens in the lower planes of the universe. But conscious mutation, superconscious mutation happens in the higher planes of the universe, vertical time zones of the universe. Here I am projecting a simple description diagram of the vertical time zone. So understand, this is the rough description of cosmos revealed by Hinduism. The vertical time zones, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka, is where conscious and superconscious mutations happen. Great news is, even while you are in this body, your parallel universe being exists in Mahakailasa. You can start importing products from Mahakailasa through that being into you. It's like you have a company branch in China, India, London. So you can get products from all those countries and get it to United States. You have your parallel universe personality in Nagaloka, in Tapoloka, in all the higher lokas and even lower lokas. Up to Kailasa, your parallel university personality exists. You can directly, through that personality, buy whatever you want to buy in Mahakailasa and get it imported to this body. I am not telling you stories. I am telling you very powerful truths. Understand, last few satsangs I was explaining about these 4 points. Matter, mind which experiences matter, intelligence, buddhi which makes decision, consciousness, pure space of Paramashiva. This four component put together is your reality. In horizontal time, all these four are equally felt. I can roughly compare like a 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. 25% matter, 25% mind, 25% intelligence, 25% consciousness. That's the way you experience the reality. If the intensity of the consciousness increases, for example, the consciousness becomes 30%. So, its influence on the buddhi, intelligence also increases. So, intelligence becomes 30%. Then naturally the mind's intensity drops. The matter's intensity drops. So, this two becomes 20-20 and this two becomes 30-30. So the whole thing tilts, means you enter into the vertical time zones. 100% only pure consciousness and zero intelligence and zero mind and zero matter. That is Kailasa. Because you don't need buddhi, you don't need mind, you don't need matter. For your existence, you exist as a pure space, pure consciousness. That is Kailasa. And same way, you neither feel conscious, almost 99.99999% only matter. Less than 0.0000001% mind, then lesser than that 0.1000001%, 0.00001% intelligence, and lesser than that 0.0000001% is consciousness. That is what is Patala. That is what is called eternal hell, lowest in the vertical time zone. Understand? Highest peak point of the vertical time zone is Kailasa, where 100% consciousness, pure consciousness, Paramashivatva. No need for intelligence or mind or matter. Then next is Satyaloka, where 99% is consciousness and 1% is divided into 33.33 is intelligence and 0.33 is mind and 0.33 is matter. I'm giving you all rough equations for you to understand. Then little lesser consciousness, Tapoloka. This is the way the vertical time zones are placed. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya and Kailasa. The lower part, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. Lower time zones. Your spine. Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. It's like their bodies are capable of receiving kerosene as the fuel, maximum diesel, but they can't handle petrol or flight petrol, white petrol. understand this example. Same way, only the human bodies can handle due to the vertical spine. The fuel, like white petrol, traditionally the word ojas is used. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces. With consciousness as a fuel, you can straight shoot up to the different time zones. Move to different time zones. See, if you go to the higher altitude, the world, many the governments have established that station in the space research station. If you go there, your body goes through certain changes, hair growth and whatever changes. Same way, if your body is lifted with a conscious empowered vehicle to the vertical time zone, it goes through superconscious mutation. That is why if you go to Indraloka, automatically you will have 4 hands. If you go to the Swargaloka, automatically you will grow 2 hands more. Because the superconscious mutation will happen. Listen. If you go to the space station, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Same way, if you go to the Swargaloka, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Because superconscious mutation happens. Now focus on, because these statements are too important. See, if you die without this introduction, when you go to the first loka, second time zone, second vertical time zone or third vertical time zone, you will feel shy. You will have a cultural shock. It's like somebody from Indian village comes to New York. Due to a cultural shock, he will not talk to anyone. He will just move to a corner into a shell. He will escape from life. People asked me, when I came to US, that was the first time I got into the flight in my life. I have not even seen the flight from distance. The first time I got into the flight is the flight for US, United States. And as you all know that I am from a village, but I never had a cultural shock. I just started going around and speaking in English, giving satsangs, classes, programs. The day one I landed in US, I went to Chicago to pay respects to Vivekananda. The same stage, the auditorium in which Vivekananda spoke, I went there and offered my respects. Second day, my ASP, Anandaspurana program. First time I am doing it in English. Before that I have spoken in my own bottled English. But first time in outside India in my own English. People asked me, can we get a translator, Swamiji? I said no. I will have to learn. Let me learn. Not only in language, any problem. I did not have any cultural shock. All of you listen. Now initiation time. So no movements, every word I am uttering is important for your soul to move through the vertical time zone when you are alive or when you after you leave the body. So listen carefully. Listen. People asked me, Swamiji, don't you feel a cultural shock? I said no. Because from the young age, in my village, Tiruvannamalai, I have seen tons of foreigners from all countries coming for seeking enlightenment. My gurus always had people from all over the world coming to them for enlightenment. So I was always near my gurus and saw all of that. Saw many of them. So how my gurus used to teach, I have seen. My gurus have already trained me to teach for the whole world, to be Jagat Guru. So I did not have a cultural shock. Now I am trying to train you not to have cultural shock when you go to KAILASA. See now, whatever I am telling you, if you internalize, you will not have a cultural shock or you won't feel shy, you won't feel inadequate. Not enough when you go to the vertical time zones. Elaborately, now I'll give this example so that I can help you to understand how you can face yourself in the multiverses, parallel multiverses. So for now, internalize this cognition. You exist in your waking state and dream state simultaneously and spontaneously. That is why without any difficulty you can just slip into that state, that body, that self, and come back to this state, this body, this self. Your biochemistry is naturally prepared for you to slip into these different states and different cells and experience different existence, different universes. In waking state, the universe you experience is different, and the dream state, the universe you experience is different. So with this understanding, expand your cognition. You exist in parallel multiverses like Suvargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Kailasa itself. More than next to Tapoloka is Satyaloka, and beyond the Satyaloka is Vaikunta, the Parandama space. Satyaloka is the space of Parabrahma. Then the Vaikuntha, Parandama space, then Shripuram, Parameshwari's space, then above all, Kailasa, above the Kailasa, Maha Kailasa, Paramashiva space. Kailasa is where all the Anga Devatas and Avarana Devatas, everyone lives. People who achieved the Salogya, Samibhya, Sarubhya, Sayujya, Mukti with Paramashiva, all of them exist in Kailasa. In Maha Kailasa, he alone exists. In Paramadvaita Swarupa, Paramadvaita Satya. All of you have your presence in all 14 lokas. For example, in Nagaloka, there is a being with your face and snake body. I am giving you this as an example. In Tapoloka, there is a rishi with your face and the body of the rishi, Tapasvi. I will give you one more example. In all 14 lokas, you have your account, bank account opened. If you are intense in your tapas, in your tapoloka account, you have $1 million. If you are very shallow with your demonic attitude and aptitude, your demonic loka, the patala, your personality has practically zero money. Understand carefully. I'll repeat the example. All of you have your presence established already in all 14 lokas. The human body, human frame is such highly evolved hardware, highly evolved framework. If your consciousness is matured enough to handle the human hardware, you already have your presence in all 14 lokas. I am giving you the example. In Patala, where the demons, Rakshasas exist, there is a Rakshasa with your face and the Rakshasa body, the demon body and your face. Same way, in Tapoloka, your identity exists. There is a person with your face and a tapasvi, great rishi body. The more tapas you do, your tapoloka identity is strengthened, empowered. The less demonic activities you do, your demonic personality in Patala Loka is slowly dissolved. He loses his power over you and he is also slowly dissolved and you are liberated. You have the freedom to strengthen any of this identity in this 14. You have a freedom to strengthen or weaken. Any of these 14 identities, you can be demon. If you continuously come to powerful conclusions that demonic qualities are the best to succeed in this world, if you come to this conclusion again and again and start acting on this conclusion, be very clear, you are strengthening your demonic identity and you start planning your future in Patala, the Asura Loka. If you come to the conclusion, very dharmic way of living, win-win, will always be the best strategy. For success in the life. Whenever you come to the conclusion, hey, I should also win, he should also win, that is the best strategy to achieve success in the life. And you start executing those strategies, those conclusions, then your personality in Swargaloka gets strengthened, and more your intensity in Swargaloka gets strengthened, and you start manifesting your future time in Swargaloka. And if you feel tyaga, giving up, vairagya, the absolute tyaga is the best strategy for success. Your personality in Tapoloka, highest zone, your identity in Tapoloka gets strengthened. That gets empowered. And naturally your future starts manifesting in Tapoloka. So each of these loka opens up for you based on the powerful conclusions you arrive, based on the actions and activities you do. So understand this truth deeply, so you can start manifesting not only the highest zone, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, all that, you can manifest Kailasa itself. Pure integrity, absolute integrity to Guru and Paramashiva.
Nithyanandam. So beautifully, Swamiji had elaborately described to us about the existence of the 14 planes of existence, how the 14 lokas exist. There's something called as vertical time zones. We may be aware of the horizontal time zone, like Eastern Standard Time, Pacific Standard Time, or Indian Standard Time. Like this, we all have certain time zones. It is based on the longitudes and how the countries are as per the longitudes and how the sun rays fall on the earth. We have divided it and we have these many time zones. But all of these are only horizontal time zones, like what you'd say, like when let's say that I asked you what your time is, and you're from Singapore, so you have a certain time, and someone else from the US has a completely different time, because we are living in different time zones. So that whole thing, but all of us are still continuing to exist in this one plane of existence called as the Bhuloka. And this plane of existence is what is the horizontal time zone that we're experiencing. But like how beautifully Swamiji had described to us, every single plane of existence, there are 14 lokas, whether we understand or not, accept or not, agree or not, this is the truth. We have 14 lokas. There are 14 different planes of existence that exist. How many of you of us understanding this? Can I request all the viewers that are here with us to please post a message in the chat if you are listening and if you're understanding. So when we are living in this plane of existence, when we are living here in this horizontal time zones, we are experiencing various different the time changes. Meaning the timing changes, but not the time, how the time functions itself. But in the higher and higher lokas, the very way time functions completely changes. The way we exist changes. This is why we say, we'll learn about, there is hell, there is heaven, there is all these things. We learn about it in different, like the society teaches us, some religions tell about that. But this concept of 14 lokas is way beyond just learning about heaven or hell. Actually, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, both of these exist just in one plane of existence called Swargaloka. There's a very clear description how in our scriptures, the abode of Yama is told to be a part of the Swargaloka itself. It's like how we say, right? Like in planet Earth, you may be in the US, I may be in India. We are living in different parts of the same planet Earth. Whatever we know, anything that we know as the known universe is still the same loka. Understand? Listen carefully. Whatever we think, okay, we know about the Milky Way galaxy, we know about the Andromeda galaxy, which is a galaxy right next to us, and we think we know about all of these different various planes of existence, but just by seeing the universe that we know of. Swamiji has beautifully revealed that whatever even the scientists, the astrophysicists have discovered so far, even all that only consists of Bhuloka. We have not even crossed Bhuloka yet. The existence has 14 planes of existence, and all these 14 are directly connected to us. If any of you have any questions, you all can post it in the live chat section. We'll now be doing a small internalization exercise based on what Swamiji had revealed it to us now. Now, listen carefully. For us, 1 year is 1 day for the higher time zone called Swargaloka, which is one of the vertical time zones. Even while you're in the body, your parallel universe being exists. in all these vertical time zones. In each of the 14 lokas, you have a body through which you're experiencing and enjoying that loka. But the prana, the breath, which goes into your body, you're carrying here, goes up to the body you're carrying all the way in the Kailasa, which is the highest vertical time zone, and goes down to the body you're carrying in Patala, the lowest vertical time zone. It is the same. Understanding about these vertical time zones can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, physiological wellness, and above all, a life of Paramashivoham. Only physical mutation and mental mutation happen in the lower planes of the universe. But conscious mutation and superconscious mutation happen in the higher vertical time zones of the universe. If the intensity of your consciousness increases, you enter into the vertical time zones. How many of you are understanding this? See, the more and more your conscious intensity increases, see, which happens usually by initiation. Initiation helps us to increase that conscious intensity and increasing our ojas. That's literally like how you have a fuel for the airplane, for the aircraft. Same way we have a fuel for raising to the higher time zones. And that time zone, the higher time zones, is what we are learning about as the vertical time zone. The more tapas, penance you do, your tapoloka identity is strengthened and empowered. The less demonic activities you do, your demonic personality in the patala loka, the vertical time zone, where the consciousness is that of a demon, decreases slowly and dissolves. So far, if all of you have understood, I request you all to please let us know in the live comment section. Please take a few minutes and please post. Understand, migration is one of the greatest freedom human beings have. Not only you're empowered to migrate to other countries, but you are empowered and hardwired to migrate to the parallel universes. So now let us go through some of the verses. So these are the scriptural references for the existence of the parallel universe. This is from the Mrigendra Agama. This is about the Swargaloka, and Swargaloka is an absolute peace and joy, an upgraded life compared to planet Earth, which is Bhuloka. Planet Earth is in Bhuloka, but planet Earth alone is not the entire Bhuloka. Taduna kote swarlokaha swargivaryam samashrayaha. Swargaloka, the dwelling place of the prominent denizens of the heaven, is above the Bhuvarloka, and it is in the height of 85 lakhs of yojanas. This is from the Mrigendra Agama, verse 10.116. The next is Maharloka, which is higher than the Swargaloka. Higher level beings go here. Maharloka is your highest peak possibilities. It is the largest universe in all of the multiverses. That's why it's called as Maharloka. Maho dvekotiryaspraste marichadi munivrajaha. Maharloka is the abode of Marichi and such other eminent sages and it is above the Swargaloka, reaching to the height of 2 crores of yojanas. This is again from the Mrigendragama, verse 10.116. Next is Janaloka. Janaloka is a vertical time zone where you can exist in multiple bodies at the same time. Anyone who experiences Janaloka loses all violence, jealousy, all of these will just disappear because you are experiencing the ultimate oneness where you feel you don't just exist in your body, but you exist in all the bodies at the same time. Janoshtakotyavachinnaha Pitrujagujanashrayah. Above this is the Janaloka where the Pitrus, ancestors, and sages such as Janu and others are living. Its height is 8 crores of yojanas. This is again from the Mrigendra Agama. Understand, all of us are not just learning about the existence of the parallel universes. We are also getting the scriptural references, actually, just to explain us all of these. Swamiji has done years and years of research and put all these things, compiled the sciences together, getting the references and gifting it to us so that we understand, experience, and we are able to understand the authenticity of each of these. So whatever we are learning, it's all directly from the scriptures and verified and presented to us with years of hard work by Swamiji. The deep surrender we carry lifts all the way up to Brahmaloka. Then from there, you can go to Vaikunta, Sripuram, Kailasa, Mahakailasa itself. Mahakailasa is the ultimate. So now I'm going to be showing all of you the table where all of you can take a note of each loka. How do we exist? Please take a few minutes.
Each of these places, the time zones, has a certain deity, like a certain resident, a citizen, let's say like that. So certain citizens, it is an abode of a certain set of people, and whenever you go to that place, the frequency, the inner space that you are programmed with is different. So each place has different inner space. When you go to Vaikuntha, which is abode of Bhagavan Parandama, when you understand your struggles or your stupidity, you attain Vaikuntha. Shripuram, the place of Devi Parashakti, the energy which keeps whatever you experience in a certain form. Something that holds the whole universe together in a particular form is Shripuram. Kailasa is the Anga Devatas and Abharana Devatas of Paramashiva. Basically, all the different attributes of Paramashiva is Kailasa. And what takes you there is when your inner space declares integrity to Paramashiva, Kailasa opens to you. Kailasa opens to you when you declare, ultimately, I am Paramashiva. He is with me, I am with him. That whole context, that ultimate Paramadvaita leads to Kailasa. So why don't you all take a few minutes, write down which parallel universe you want to visit and what knowledge or gifts you would like them to share with you. Take a few minutes, just list it down. Now, let us enter into one of the most important aspects of experientially understanding these cognitions, which is by manifesting them as powers. Please understand, today, the deity being Sadashiva Murti, the form of Paramashiva, through which he manifests as the ultimate manifestation to perform the Panchakrityas of the cosmos. Today, what all of us are going to be learning about, be it the Panchakrityas, the 5 cosmic actions, the vertical time zones, the existence of parallel universes, each of these is a reality. Swamiji is literally lifting us to a different dimension of reality altogether. Like how Swamiji said that as you travel to each planes of the vertical time zone, your whole body physically changes, the way your whole body functions, the nutritions that your body should receive, or the ingredients, like what the food, what it consumes, the physical changes in the body. Like when you travel to Sargaloka, you're going to literally gain 2 pairs of extra hand, a pair of extra hand and a pair of extra legs. And similarly, Swamiji said the appetite also changes, the nutrition what your body needs. Like if you go to the Devaloka, you will only live in Havis, means you will not have a physical food. Your body will not have physical intake of food. You will just live in Havis, the smell of the food. If you go higher up, you will drop. There'll be no hunger at all. Like this, each of the vertical time zones have different impacts. The way the gravity acts is also very different. There's loads to learn about it. I know many of you who are watching, you might be wondering, what? This is all like really sounding like a very good mythology. No, understand, this is not fantasies. These are not fictions. This is a science. This science is age-old science, which has been clearly recorded in our Hindu Puranas and scriptures. This is a very powerful science which can lead you from one experience to the higher and the higher experiences. The key here that all of us need to remember is we need to make sure that every single step, whatever you are having, you need to make sure the space that you're operating from is consciously from the space of completion. If you just bring the conscious fuel in your system, the way you experience the reality will be very different. Nithyanandam, Utsa, Shanti. Okay, very nice. Shanti Tees, you're saying you loved the programs. That's wonderful. This Navaratri, the program is coming up, so do not miss. You are going to be definitely enjoying that as well. Okay, wonderful. So all the people that are watching us right now live, please understand, you will manifest extraordinary breakthrough in life just by deciding. If you are constantly operating from the space of completion, the way you experience life itself will change. All right. So now let us all take a few minutes, and I request all the participants, every one of you, to please sit straight. Manifest powers. With the manifestation of powers, you're consciously empowering your inner space to literally raise yourself to that highest frequency of existence. I request all of you to settle down. So the power we're going to be manifesting now is a very interesting one. Okay, this is called synesthesia. Means every time you interact with life, right? Your interaction with life is limited to inputs from just 1 or 2 senses. For example, let's say you watch a movie. The input of the whole movie is only through the sense of sight, correct? Now, the sense of sight and sense of hearing. Now, let's say you go to a restaurant. The whole consumption of food is through the look of it, the smell of it. And all of us, we just use 1 or 2 or 3 senses at the maximum in any way, any which way when we want to interact with reality. Synesthesia is a very beautiful power where you go beyond the limitations of 1, 2, or 3. 3 also rare. When we do like things like eating and all, we have 3 senses, sometimes even 4. You touch and feel it, and then you taste it, and then you smell it, you see it. All of that, some of the actions we use it. But when you bring all the 5 senses, the way you see reality will be very different. Means, Swamiji tells very beautifully, you can hear the color, you can see the taste of something. What? You may be thinking, what? How does it make sense? How can I see the taste of something? Listen very carefully. You can taste the sounds, you can hear the colors. Every single thing, every single way you manifest the senses will be very different. When you perceive life through all 5 senses, the way you experience reality changes. And this is what is synesthesia. Basically, synesthesia is where you observe a certain thing. Let's say it's all about seeing. Now you're not going to just see it, you're consciously going to taste it, smell it, feel it. All the 5 senses you're going to utilize. Understanding? There's a very beautiful Shastra Pramana for this. It's from the Shiva Samhita. It says, Sanmasa matram abhyasam yah karoti dine dine sarva papa vinirmukto roganna sayate hi saha samvatsarakratabhyasad bhairavo bhavati dhruvam animadiguna labdva jita bhutagana swayam. When the yogi continues to manifest the above powers of drinking nectar and manifesting power over the body physiology for 6 months, he becomes a Bhairava, the independent cosmic power of Sadashiva. Now, let us manifest this power. You're going to identify the smell of a certain object just by seeing it. Okay, so this is going to be a unique round. What I request every one of you to do is very simple. Don't limit this picture just to what you're seeing. Okay, try perceiving it like how you're seeing right now with your eyes open. Hear it, try hearing it, try tasting it, try smelling it. Actually, first you may think it's a little funny. What is it? How can I taste it? Understand, the way you manifest it will be very different. Now chant the Mahavakya. Try observing this exact picture projected in front of you all through the smell and through the taste.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I request all of you to post whatever you saw through each of the senses, through your hearing, through your sight, through your smelling, touch, whatever you perceive, you can post in the chat. Yes. Now the answer for this is that this is a rubber tree. Yes, what you're all seeing is a zoomed in picture of a rubber tree. Actually, this is where the rubber is derived from. And this exact tree is where the pulp of rubber is derived from. And anyone that got the smell, the color, the taste, anything close to it, understand you have started manifesting. This is a very beautiful example of how the manifestation starts happening inside of us. And as and when you keep doing, you will see you will start moving towards the next breakthroughs in life. Now we'll be entering into the next session where we learn about the genesis of our identity. Let us now listen to Swamiji's revelations.
Sankhya, Yoga, Purvamimamsa, Uttaramimamsa, Nyaya, Vaiseshika. These 6 liberated thinking trends, the liberated thought currents developed by Vedic tradition, each one of them are independently complete to give you the experience of liberated thinking from A to Z, alpha to omega. If you are practicing Sankhya, you don't need any support from yoga or other liberated thinking trends. The Sankhya is enough to take you from wherever you are to take you to wherever you have to be. Wherever you are, it can reach out to you and take you to wherever you have to be. It is an independent, intelligent, independently sufficient thinking trend through which you can experience liberated thinking. Listen. Independent intelligence, independently capable of leading you from where you are, wherever you may be. Wherever you are to where you have to be. Sankhya. If you are practicing, you don't need support from any of the other thought trends. Same way, yoga. If you are practicing, you don't need any support from any other liberated thinking trend. A liberated thinking trend is what we call in Sanskrit darshana. Ability to perceive. In English, you can't translate the word darshana into philosophy. No. Philosophy is too poor, superficial word. No. You can't translate darshana into philosophy. No. Maybe I'll create a new word. Philasia. A new possibility to see. Few of the masters have already used this word, philasia. So I may try to use that same word, philasia, to translate darshana. The Shat Darshana, 6 philasias, Vedic tradition developed. All the 6 are developed from Upanishads. Please understand, Upanishad is the mother who gave birth, who delivered all the Shat Darshanas. Upanishads are the mother who delivered all the Shat Darshanas. Each thought trend, each liberated thinking trend gave birth to thousands and thousands of sampradayas, paramparas, orders, which is equivalent of the world in the West religion. Please understand. What in the Western world you understand as religion, in Sanskrit equivalent for that word religion is sampradaya, order. Because Sanatana Dharma, the Vedic tradition, is the mother where the 6 thought currents developed from which many religions are born. That is why again and again I insist, the Vedic tradition or Hinduism cannot be framed into a small frame called religion. It is too small frame. Because I am teaching now, if you try to put me into the frame of a teacher, what can I do? The Vedic tradition cannot be put under that small frame of religion, because each religion is just one set of lifestyle. The Vedic tradition, the Upanishadic lifestyle gave birth to 6 thought trends, liberated thinking trends, which in turn gave birth to tons and tons of sampradayas, orders, traditions, religions. Religions. Upanishads are too vast to be framed under one religion. People who write the religious history, the religious historians have done a big mistake putting the Upanishads into a small frame of religion. It is a source of all the best thought trends, the liberated thinking currents. The way of existing, the way of living, the way of existing, the way of living. With such variety of choices, possibilities, expressed in the Upanishads. Understand, choice proves the depth, not confusion. A single religious people, mono-religious people always try to abuse the Vedic tradition as a confused religion. I tell you, choice shows the depth, not the confusion. When you go to a Pizza Hut, if you see choice of the varieties, you will call the owner is confused. No, owner is brilliant. That is why he is able to provide choices, varieties. Vedamata. Again and again and again, I rededicate my life to Vedamata whenever I remember her glory, the way she is standing for humanity, the contribution she has done to human consciousness. Anything you see in the world now which you can appreciate, celebrate, is from Vedamata. It is from her. It's her gift to humanity. Whether it is a mathematics, astrology, astronomy, anatomy, whatever words you use, all the thought currents, thought trends, anything best you see, good you see, here is her gift, the Vedamata's gift. The thought trends developed from the Upanishads, gift of the thought trend. Upanishads are kept as the highest books in Vedic tradition. I try to name all the sacred books of Hinduism, and then I understood very soon that I have entered into a very stupid venture. It's overwhelming. The names I could collect started running around 200,000. And it started going beyond, and then I said, Vedamata, I bow down to you. Forgive my stupidity to measure the depth of you. It is like a salt doll trying to go and measure the depth of the Pacific Ocean. So in the sacred literature of the Vedic tradition, Upanishads are kept as a topmost. Non-controversially, all sampradayas, all 6 liberated thinking trends, Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaiseshika, Uttaramimamsa, Purvamimamsa, all the 6 liberated thinking trends accept Upanishads as the ultimate book, first and foremost book. The religious historians have done a big mistake of classifying the Upanishads into one frame of a religion and pushing it on Vedic tradition or on Hinduism in the modern day as it is described. I wanted to make it very clear. If I classify Upanishads as books belong to one religion, I feel I may disrespect the glory and possibility of the Upanishads. So I don't want to do that mistake. First of all, I cannot classify Upanishads. If at all I have to, if I am forced to, I may classify them as source of all the liberated thinking trends, source of all the lifestyle which evolves human beings to the higher levels. as the Upanishads are the source of all the liberated thinking trends which evolves the human beings, obviously Upanishads are our first and foremost sacred texts even for our sampradaya. Understand irrevocably, clearly, I declare with all my integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching and causing for the Nithyananda Sampradaya, the Upanishads are the first and foremost sacred textbooks. Sacred texts. Anybody who accepts me as Guru or your Ishta, whatever way, as a teacher or whatever way you accept me, you should know very clearly Upanishads are the first and foremost sacred texts based on which your lifestyle should be aligned. Upanishads should be read, reread, understood, realized, lived, radiated and worshipped. Worshipped. Upanishads are the purest, the pristine, pure truths. Upanishads are existence introducing itself to itself, existence celebrating itself to itself, existence showing itself how to become itself. All the haunting questions you have about life, Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All of us have haunting questions. Why there is inequality? Why there is poverty? Why there is wealth? Why there is health and disease? Why there is good and bad? Why somebody is happy and why somebody is suffering? Why did I get this woman as wife? Why this man in my life? I can give you some of a foolproof clear symptoms to find out. Somebody is from India. Even in outside India, whenever guys go to restaurants, they will only see others' plate and order, never the menu card. Whether it is a bus or train or flight, they will put their handkerchief for the window seat. We will only look at the others and make the decision. We do have a lot of haunting questions. Why this to me? Why this not to me? Why not this to me? All these haunting questions, you need self-consoling answers. Especially some of the terrible questions. What happens after death? Where was I before my birth? What is going to happen if I do only good? Why should I not do bad? Why should I do this? Why should I do that? Whether it is superficial questions or fundamental questions, there are tons of questions haunting us. A set of answers are the answer generating thought current. Listen carefully. Set of answers for these questions become philosophy. A set of thought currents which generates multiple answers for these questions becomes darshana, tattva. Understand? Set of thought currents which generates answers for these questions, which can be an amazing self-consoling, which can just put you to rest. But of course, they are not experience, because neither your questions are from experience, nor the doubts are from experience, or the haunting questions are from experience. Most of the haunting questions are also only entertainment. Please listen. If you are very shallow, Vaiseshika is enough. Vaiseshika is the most shallow darshana in the six. That is why it has not survived in a large scale. Of course, I don't want to say it is dead, but it does not have a large practitioners, very less. Then comes, if you are next level questioner, then comes Nayayika, Nyaya. Nyaya suits with very naughty type of questions, completely twisted, unexpected, naughty type of questions. All right. Very naughty, perverted logic. Nayayika is apt answer for naughty, perverted logic. Very unexpected attacks. Unexpected logical attacks can be handled by Nayayika, Nyaya. Next level. The logic of yoga. A deeper logic of Uttamimamsa. Understand? Jaimini is a great logician, not just doer, a great logician. The philosophy with the most depth, darshana system with most depth is Sankhya and Vedanta. But listen, I am putting it on record, even both of them are only thought currents. Darshana, a system which gives you self-consoling answers. Listen carefully. Now I am giving you a very important definition. You are consciousness, your extension, mechanism, intra-organ through which you perceive is mana, and the gross expression of the mana is body, sarira. Listen carefully. Any idea which breaks into all the three manifests your consciousness through all the three, means state, space, manifestation. State, an operating space and manifestation of powers. Any idea, if it makes all these three happen, only it can be called as Satya. Understand? Your ability to handle naughty, surprising, shocking, twisted questions does not mean you have anubhuti. Only if you manifest those thought currents are Satya. Listen very carefully. What you are following, the darshana you are following, the tattva you are practicing, the philosophical thought current you are cherishing. A man who does not have any philosophical thought current for his life is Chandala. A man who lives to make all his thought currents more and more luxury and comforts is Vaishya. The man who lives to strengthen his ideological power-centric understanding through all his thought currents is Kshatriya. The man who entertains and channels all his thought currents and energies towards the ultimate freedom is Brahmana. Understand? You need to understand this truth. The thought currents you cherish inside your system, whether they lead you to more and more restlessness every day, more and more confusion every day, more and more consolation every day. Understand? Not pride, arrogance, no. Straight truth. I am giving you the tools and methodology to analyze whether to follow certain system or a guru or a methodology or not. Anything which does not make you manifest powers, forget about it. It is only consolation thought currents. Yes, it can give you amazing consolation. Read Vedanta, you will have such amazing consolation. And many of the haunting questions will be diverted, forgotten and missed. As I said, the best lawyer's logic is either convince the judge or confuse the judge. After studying Vedanta, For some questions you will be convinced, about some questions you will be confused so thoroughly you will never want to see those questions again. You will never want to think about those questions again. Student can develop, invent something which his guru doesn't know. He has a freedom. Please understand, only the basic formulas are taught, basic tools to awaken knowledge is taught. Then student is left free to explore on his own the kind of a creativity. Please understand, Gurukuls are not with a set of rules or frame. They only supported people to explore the highest possible creativity. Gurukuls are not like a dams for your inspiration and energy. It is like an embankment for the wild river. Embankment is different, dam is different. With dam, you are damned. It's embankment, not dam. That is why many of the Advaita Guru's disciples were Visishtadvaitis or Dvaitis, or many of the Visishtadvaiti Dvaiti Guru's disciples were Advaitis. Means what? Only the basic analysis scales were given to you, but you are left to freely analyze. You are given spoon, not spoon fed. You are not spoon fed, you are only given spoon. The freedom itself shows, otherwise you will be shocked. Ramanuja's guru was a great Advaiti. Being an Advaiti, Ramanuja was even able to think in the language of Vishishtadvaita, shows the freedom available in the Gurukul. And same way, there are many Advaitis studied at the feet of Dvaitis or Vishishtadvaitis. Chaitanya is from school of Nayayika, Nyaya Shastra, logic. But he is the greatest devotee ever happened on the planet Earth. I can't even say greatest devotee walked on the planet Earth, because he never walked, he was always jumping. Greatest devotee happened on the planet Earth. He is from school of Nayayika, school of logic, from Mayapur. Mayapur was the greatest university for the thought trend of Nayayika, the thought current of Nayayika, logic, the thought current of logic. Nyaya Vedanta and Vaiseshika. Nyaya is one of the Shat Darshana. Vaiseshika is the furtherance of Nyaya. A person like a Chaitanya could be produced from the school of Nyaya. Seems Anyaya. But Sanatana Hindu Dharma gives only the tools to explore. But it is not putting you any frames, any restrictions, dams. This whole verse, if you read the Shanti Mantra, it is education centric, not teacher centric. Unfortunately, in the modern day, because teachers have not taken the responsibility to be education centric, it has become more teacher centric. This whole verse, if you read, may we both together be protected. See, teacher is also praying along with the student. Actually, it is because we are education centric. We were able to explore and reach the new heights of seeking. New heights of seeking. That is where even the Ishta Devata concept has come. Guru encourages disciples to travel, discover, reinvent, invent their own paths, their own methodologies. He continues to encourage the disciples to explore on their own. Just being available as a good support, guide, not being heavy on them. I can say the uniqueness of our Gurukuls are freedom to explore, create, the constructive freedom they enjoyed. Even in our Gurukul, I initiate them into various powers and let them explore. See, when I had enlightenment at the age of 12, the third eye awakening has happened. I was able to see all the 360 degree. I initiated the kids into that power and let them explore. Now they are coming up with too many new powers. They are able to download languages. They are doing many more things which I did not do.
Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. I hope now all of you are able to see us and hear us clearly. Yes. I request all of you to take a few minutes and share with us what exactly you have understood so far from this session that you all just had. What did you click with? What did you understand? Take a few minutes and please post that here. Now, we are going to be entering into a very important session next. This session is going to be about the number universe. Extremely special session this is, an extraordinary revelation. Now, we learned about how to experience Paramashiva through the Shat Darshanas, right? Now, the next session that we are going to be entering and learning about is the existence of number universe. Understand how we exist in the 14 lokas. Swamiji explained about that. Actually, if you are someone who's coming here for the very first time, we highly recommend you to watch a few satsangs on the parallel universe, because these are extremely advanced sciences. These are not like, because normally we are not taught all of these. So these are extremely advanced. So I request you to first learn about completion and understand a little bit of it, and try practicing unclutching completion so that you understand these concepts much more powerfully. Now let's enter into this exclusive session, the session on number universe, revealed by Swamiji.
I'll try to explain step by step. You can grasp with your logic. See, there is multi-layer universe and you. The first layer of you is your ability to logically understand, like a 1 plus 1 is 2. Your simple logic, that is your first layer of you. Length dimension, understand? 1 plus 1 is 2 is your simple logic. There is a whole universe belong to that simple logic, that number. Actually, if you see deeply, whole universe is nothing more than a number. Just number. Just number. See, everything around you can be reduced to a number. Anything you see, perceive, grasp, cognize can be reduced to numbers. Whether great strategic decisions you make, it all boils down to number. It is just statistics, numbers. Everything from your life, death, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you understand the whole universe can be just reduced to numbers? If you understand, this whole universe can be just reduced to numbers. Raise your hand. Otherwise, I will explain more with more logic and more examples. whether it is your body, health, parameters, wealth, relationships, strategies, decisions, everything about life can just be reduced to numbers. Your basic logic, number, can be expanded to the whole universe level. Just like your basic logic is one dimension of you, one aspect of you, whole universe as number as one part of itself. Your logic, numbers, and there is a one parallel universe called number universe. Number universe. Number based identity of you. Number centric universe. How many of you are able to grasp? Actually, if you see all planets, everything can be just reduced to numbers. If you see the olden day mandalas and yantras in Agama, it will all be only number. About for Surya, there will be one number. For Chandra, there is one number. For Buddha, there is one number. For each planet, there is only one number. How many of you have seen that? That number is nothing but the multiplication or subtraction of the Surya proportion. The sun is the center, and based on the sun, that proportion that is what is the number given to all the other planets. That's all. Whole universe, whether it's a DNA strand or this whole Milky Way, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you are able to understand? If you are able to understand what I am saying about this number universe, raise your hand. People who understand everything is number become wealthy just like that. Wealth is nothing but understanding number. That's all. Hey, that's all. I am telling you. If your brain is able to be friendly with the number, I challenge you will become wealthy. People who have incompletion or anger with the number does not want to keep number in the memory, remain poor and die in poverty. Just understand number. In our Gurukul tradition, you are supposed to memorize the number rhythm. We call it Vaipadu. I don't know the English word for it. That number rhythm. It will go up to 100 into 100. You have to memorize. Nowadays the kids feel, oh, it's all just waste of time and energy. After all, we have a calculator in our watch itself. Our cell phone has a calculator. Your cell phone being comfortable with the number will make the cell phone company fellow rich, not you. It's like one fellow was going on the horse going around the Arunachala hill. The horse got mukti, not he. Only if you walk around the Arunachala hill, you will get the mukti. If you are going on a horse will get the mukti, not you. If you are using your cell phone for mastering the number, for handling the number, the cell phone company fellow will become rich, not you. Your brain getting comfortable with the number is one of the basic lesson in Gurukuls we teach. Understand? Whole thing is number. Brain, which can quickly grasp numbers, handle tables, will always lead to wealth. Try it, you will see it. The whole universe of numbers, whether DNA strand or the Milky Way, both have their numbers. Whether your DNA strand, your gene, your one cell, or this whole universe, everything as a number, it can be just reduced to a number. Everything you see is just number. Ramanujam, the mathematician, great mathematician Ramanujam, he mastered this number universe. Number universe Lord is Lakshmi. That is why he says, Namagiri Lakshmi reveals all the mathematics and the number secrets to him. They ask, Ramanujam was interviewed, they ask him, how you just like that reveal the answers and solve the problems. He says, Namagiri Lakshmi, Namagiri Tayar. That Namagiri Lakshmi reveals it to me. Means the number universe was open to him. He was Sahasravatani in the field of number. Your aspect of number, understand, it's actually your own aspect. Listen clearly. Listen carefully. Your ability to breathe deeply is the aspect of these huge storms. If you can breathe deeply, you can create a storm in the universe. If you can increase your blood pressure, you can create tsunami in the ocean. You are universe. If you think you are connected to universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can become one with universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you know you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. I finished the whole philosophy, the philosophical problems of Hinduism in this one statement. If you think you can connect with universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can manifest as universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you think you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. That's all. This four is the whole philosophical problems of Hinduism. Number is one aspect of you. Number universe is one parallel universe. Listen. Even if you miss one statement I am uttering, you will miss the whole essence. I really want you to know, how many of you understand the number is one aspect of you and the whole universe can be reduced to numbers? These two statements. Raise your hand. Whether it's your genetical code or DNA code. Actually, Paramashiva has put a barcode on you. That is what is your genetical code and DNA code numbers. He has put a barcode. Just like how you guys put the barcode on all products. Go to mall and see, even the fruits have barcode. Same way, Paramashiva has put a barcode on all of us. That is what is our DNA code. That is what is our genetical code. For this whole universe, there are codes, numbers. I tell you, if you can play with the number, actually, I'll give you one small example. I can just alter the number in my mind and raise my pressure, blood pressure, or lower it. If I just meditate on 11 ones, blood pressure becomes normal. If I just meditate on 9 nines, blood pressure just goes up. Hey, these are most important secrets I am revealing. Any of you have a blood pressure related problem, just meditate on 11, means 11 times. That 11. Try to utter that in your own mother tongue. How many crore, how many lakh, how many million, how many, what is the number of 11? Your blood pressure will become normal. Too simple. Just decide the 11 be my brain code for now. Simply your whole pressure will be normal. When you want to handle something very stressful, like you need high adrenaline, you are going to handle a very stressful meeting where you are going to face many cunning people, strategic people who are there out just to cheat you. You are going to handle that kind of a difficult people. Just meditate on 9. 9 nines. You will be fresh with a high adrenaline for a high adrenaline meeting. Listen. Number is a life. Just number is a life. Number is the first parallel universe. Number universe is the first parallel universe. Only Vedic mathematics has the longest numbers defined linguistically. Not just through digitally, linguistically defined. The Vedic mathematics has the linguistically defined names for 201. 200 times if you put 1, Koti Antara Koti is the number. 200 times you can put 1. There's a linguistic description for that in Vedic mathematics. Because the brain of the Vedic rishis was so vast, it was able to capture even the supercomputers can't capture it in the modern day. Listen, capturing the number and converting them into the linguistic means the language, processing and expanding or subtracting or playing with it through the language foundation is wealth. Ability to convert the longest digits into language through the linguistic name, able to process the numbers, come to conclusions through the linguistic understanding, names and convert them back to the number. It's like a 4 plus 4 is 8. So the 4 gets converted into the language called 4 and gets processed. 4 plus 4 is 8. And the 8 again becomes the number called 8. This flow, if it can happen for the longest numbers in your brain, that is called wealth. Lakshmi. Wealth grew if it is present in your brain. You have to be wealthy. Nothing can be done. This is the wealth grew. Wealth grew means ability to grasp the number and convert them into language. You know, it can be Sanskrit, English, Tamil, your mother tongue. And in the language, you process it. After the result comes, you convert that back to number. How many of you are understanding this circle? This whole thing? Raise your hand. This capacity, this groove is wealth, and it grows in your brain if you consume more ghee and curd and no meat. No meat. More ghee and curd makes this groove strong in your brain. Listen. Listen. Person who can play with long numbers digitally and linguistically will not fall sick, because the ability of brain handling number and language simultaneously increases the brain's capacity to automate all the automatic actions needed to happen in your body to keep your body and mind healthy. One of the conclusions I am giving you is our grandparents who knows the table by heart 100 into 100, they will tell simply in 1 second, live long, healthy, because your brain, when it develops the capacity to convert the number to language and process it in language and result gets converted again back to number, this capacity, the brain simultaneously develops the capacity to give command to your liver, kidney, intestine, everything to work synergetically. Synergy of your brain to work with the number, work with the internal organ is one and the same. Your health and your ability to process the number is directly connected. The Iyengars, Ayers, who eat so much ghee, curd, they will have a huge stomach. You will never hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will have huge bellies. You won't hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will be living 90, 100, comfortably pulling that huge belly. They will defy all your medical science because their brain knows how to synergetically command all organs. Hey, listen. All medical understandings about the belly, fat, everything, these Iyengars and Ayers will defy just because of this one capacity. I tell you guys, any one of you, do little research, put your 3 months time and research on your brain's ability to convert the number into language, your mother tongue, process it and get the result in your mother tongue and convert it back to digit. Digit becomes your mother tongue, gets processed, and the result again becomes digit. This capacity and your health is directly connected. Any of you guys do research on this and establish, you will get a Nobel Prize. And I am giving you the theme for a Nobel Prize. Nobody ever looked into this. Listen. Healing the body, keeping the body synergetically healthy without any external medication is possible just by making the man's capacity to handle number into his mother tongue and process it and convert the result from his mother tongue back to digit. Understand? your brain's capacity to convert the digit into mother tongue, process the digit in mother tongue, and the result of that process, converting that result again back to digit. This capacity and synergetically keeping your internal organs healthy. These two capacities are directly interconnected and one raises the other. One works on the other. Lots of health secrets can be revealed, discovered. Lots of modern day pharmaceutical mafia's myths will be destroyed. How many of you understand this Iyengars and Ayers having such big double-sized pot belly live for 100 years, defying all the myths of the modern day science? How many of you have seen it? Raise your hand. Not just one or two. Go to every Indian village, you will see Iyengars and Ayers with huge pot belly, living for 100 years, healthy, without going to any hospital, defying the whole modern medical science. Listen, what I am saying is one revelation from parallel universe. Your brain's ability to play with the number and your mother tongue is the same ability synergetically commanding your internal organs and spontaneously, simultaneously making them alive, aligning each other. Your ability to convert the digit into mother tongue straight makes your liver active intensely. Your liver is responsible for 500 various actions in your body. This capacity, pitta, it's called pitta. Pitta means ability to play between digital and verbal, digit and words. This capacity to play is called pitta. In Sanskrit, you will be surprised. The liver fluid is called pitta neer. In Ayurveda, see, in Veda, there are 6 Ubaveda. Jyotisha, which is number, and Ayurveda, health. These two are from same unit. Because our guys know number and health, ability to play with the number and ability to be healthy is one and the same. Both are from same root. If you understand astrology, you will understand health science. If you understand health science, you will understand astrology. Whole thing is just number. Number is the first parallel universe. Jyotisha Ayurveda interconnection itself is just number. Listen. Just meditate on 1,000 crore. You will become fresh now. 1,000 crore. Don't try to skip. Don't try to escape from the number of zeros. For 1 crore, how many zero? Then naturally you have to calculate for 1,000, 30. For 10,000, 40. For 1 lakh, 50. For 100 lakh, 70. And then 1,000 crore means 7 plus 3, 10, 0. 1, that 10. Without skipping, without brushing it aside, just sit and meditate on 1,000 crore, you will become fresh. Because the number, digit, becoming mother tongue, thinking through in your mother tongue, again becoming digit, makes your liver fresh. Liver, L-I-V-E-R, your liver, is responsible for simultaneous, spontaneous, synergetic trigger of all the internal organs and keeping you fresh and alive. Then just think, crore, crore. Don't try to skip. Don't think, what am I going to do? Thinking of crore and crore. Whenever I need to calculate, I will pick up calculator or a cell phone or Apple Watch I have. If you are thinking your Apple Watch is enough for you to calculate numbers, the Apple Watch company fellow will become rich. If you depend on your brain, not only you will become rich, I tell you, listen. If you can handle larger numbers in your head, you will be beautiful. Because the symmetry of the body and ability to handle the number is one and the same. Hey, listen. Beauty is not related to shape of the body. It is related to symmetry of the body. Symmetry means how it flows in the eyes of the other. How it flows in the eyes of the other. That is the symmetry. Capacity to handle larger numbers makes you beautiful. There is so much in the number. I tell you, number universe is the first parallel universe. The statements I am making, all of them are absolutely logical and truthful. If you want to be beautiful, trust your ability to handle, process numbers than beauty parlors. Beauty parlors may make some small changes in you, but the game of playing with numbers internally will make your internal organs alive, fresh. I tell you, if you can play with the numbers inside your brain, it is equivalent to doing 1 hour yoga. 10 minutes without getting tired, without skipping, playing with the numbers in your brain is equivalent to 1 hour yoga. You will trigger all your internal organs to be simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically activated. Loka samasta sukino bhavantu. If you trigger your brain, listen, brain is number, throat is mother tongue. If you sync both and trigger them, that will straight trigger the liver and make the liver work synergetically, spontaneously, simultaneously, and balance your whole internal organs, body, make you best, healthy and beautiful. Alison Asami is asking, are there any books you recommend on the topic? There are no books available. It's all my revelations directly from Vedas and Upavedas. There are no books available to give you this precise essence. It's like I have understood and grounded. You see, it's like a 10-ton sugar can. I crushed, took the essence, made it into sugar and just feeding into you. I grasped the whole Vedas and Upanishads and Upavedas, took the essence I am sharing with you. The foundation, fundamental principle I am trying to establish now is the first parallel universe called number universe. Number universe. By meditating on larger numbers, you can alter your genetical code and DNA code. Listen. Listen. I want you to know, this is not for pride I am telling you the truth. See, the mitochondria cell energy. All of you know that mitochondria cell energy, which can be studied and clearly understood. Number. The medical science can tell you the mitochondria cell energy of each one of you. If you just do some blood test, it will reveal. We did a lot of researches. People had 600 times their mitochondria cell energy go up after my initiation during the inner awakening. We have studied and we have the papers, double-blind study. We can share it with you all. And that same doctor did mitochondria cell energy number of mine, which was 40,000 times more than any normal human being recorded till now. The human beings Mitochondria cell energy, largest number recorded as on now. Mine was 40,000 times more, not 40,000 percentage, 40,000 times more. It is just if you meditate on larger number, your mitochondria cell energy just shoots up. And mitochondria cell energy shooting up makes your body healthy, energetic, alive, fresh, and heals it completely. Somebody is putting the message. Swamiji reading Mrihendragama, where Paramashiva describes the structure of Brahmanda, that experience I am experiencing now in this session. Renaissance, I am making the Mrihendragama into an initiation, experience for all of you. So internalize it, receive it. You may think, how? If my brain thinks about number, my mitochondria cell energy will go up. It will. It will. And next, listen to this next. Not only if you think about larger numbers and internalize them, your mitochondria cell energy will go up. Even if you are touched by somebody who thinks large numbers in his brain, his mitochondria cell energy will be transmitted to you and your energy will go up. That is why Krishna says, wherever wealth is there, Shri is there, I am manifesting. Wherever wealth is there, I am manifesting. This whole thing is number. Brain grasping the digit, converting it into your mother tongue, a natural flow. Mother tongue is natural flow. In Ayurveda, thyroid gland and mother tongue have a same word. If you know Sanskrit, a little bit of Ayurveda, you will understand. Thyroid gland and mother tongue, for both in Ayurveda we have a same word. Your brain able to convert the digit into your mother tongue, process it in your mother tongue, and convert that result from your mother tongue back to digit. That capacity, when it is expanded, it triggers your health. Spontaneously, simultaneously, synergistically. I am giving you simple revelations. You can process high complicated numbers and send that energy to somebody, that person will become healthy. You can process some crooked, complicated numbers in your brain. Just straight throw that arrow on somebody, that fellow will immediately die. This is the science of astras in Hindu tradition. Listen. When Arjuna, Karna, all these warriors go to war, they don't carry all the weapons like a physically. They carry the codes, barcodes of each of the weapon. So they will just utter that barcode, process that, release it, and straight it goes and kills the enemy. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? They carry the barcode number of the weapons. When Brahma appears and gives Brahmastra to Vishwamitra, he reveals the barcode, password of Brahmastra to Vishwamitra and goes. It is all just barcode sharing, password sharing. When Drona teaches Brahmastra to his son, Drona reveals it to his son, he just gives the barcode, password. It's like how the Indian politicians, they save all their money and put it in the Swiss bank, and that bank account number only they know. When they are about to die, they will tell that number secretly to his son and die. Or they will tell, hey, in the puja room, my grandfather's photo is there. Behind that photo frame, I have put that bank account number. Go and open the frame and see that is the bank account number. Take all the money and enjoy, and they'll die. That's exactly what Drona does to Ashwatthama. Barcode number, cosmic barcode number. For each of these astra, passcode is revealed. That's all. First, Ashwatthama will be prepared for his brain to have this ability to process large numbers for good or bad. The capacity will be built in Gurukul. Once the capacity is built, he will be given the number. That's all. To process the barcode. If you understand this, you will understand how the Ramayana Yuddha, Mahabharata Yuddha, all that happened. I can just process a number in my system and send it to you and make you healthy. Manifest enlightenment. Raise your consciousness to the higher level.
Nithyanandam. So beautifully, Swamiji had explained to all of us about the number universe. All the viewers that are watching us live right now. Okay, some of you are asking, is this live? Yes, this is live. And all the viewers that are there here with us. Nithyanandan, to all of you, if you are still watching us and being here, can I request you all to put in Nithyanandam here? Beverly Carpenter, P. Sanchez, and Sanghavasini Ananda, Nithyanandam. And this profound revelation that Swamiji just revealed is actually a very exclusive session. And this we had from the last year, I think, Paramashivoham session. And Swamiji had revealed this. This is just this very short excerpt. This is a very long session, if I'm not wrong. Probably it went for like 3-4 hours long. And non-stop Swamiji is revealing these profound revelations about the existence of the parallel universe. There's someone named EEE saying Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam, may I know your name, please? Lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us here. So this revelation that Swamiji revealed to us about number universe is from the Mrigendra Agama, translated to the way that we can understand. And whatever revelations are there, you would not be able to understand it, cognize it, if we had to directly read and understand from the Agamas, because what Swamiji has done is all the Agamas he has taken together, literally like taken the juice of it and given us just the essence so that we can cognize and understand it. The revelations, actually, this was the first level universe, which is the number universe that Swamiji had revealed about. And there's another level universe, which is the frequency universe. How we experience the numbers. And they are in a certain logic, in a certain pattern, right? And there's something more, which is like the pattern has a certain rhythm. And that rhythm is the frequency universe. I know actually even right now, for me to explain this, like I myself feel like, oh my God, this particular thing, like I'm just repeating the words, but just to even cognize it, it is so profound. We need to do a lot of vakyarthasadas for it and understand it. Listen to this revelation at least a few more times so that we can just catch it. Now, how many of you understood about this? How many of you clicked with what Swamiji revealed about this number universe? See, right now we are learning the basics. So we first learned about the existence of parallel universes. We understood how we exist, how we have our identity in all the 14 planes of existence. And to all the viewers, if any of you have any questions, you can post here. This is a question from a person named Is This Life? Why does the universe use numbers? Did humans invent numbers? Numbers, actually, probably the writing, the way you write it, the way you do it. Like, for example, there are certain Arabic numbers, then there are certain way how in Sanskrit you write numbers, or you have Roman alphabets, like the Roman numbers. Like this, the number, the way it is written might be the human invention, but the logic with which things function, there are numbers based on which, for example, how do you say that the sun, the iris of your eye, or just a bottle cap, how do we relate all these three things as being a circle? There is certain numerical value based on which you say all these are a circle, which we call it as pi. There is a basic connection between each of these, a certain proportion, a certain ratio, which is called as the pi. We name it as the pi, and that value is a constant amongst all of these. And there is a relation like that. If you see everything in this nature, everything that's there around you functions with a certain logic. You see, we say that it takes 365.5 days for Earth to go around the sun, and that makes a year. How is that coming every single year in the same way? Why? How? It is because the universe itself functions with certain logic. The logic, that length dimension, is what is numbers. Understanding that number universe, see, these go much, much, much deeper. Actually, like just to even cognize this number universe, it's so profound. Every time you just chew upon it, like just cherish these cognitions in you. What did Swamiji say? How is this, like these numbers, how are they related to each other? How are these numbers even existing? How do we experience these numbers? Like, we would have so many questions. We would have, the questions would just be like so many, and we'll be trying to cognize it. But the more and more you start cognizing it, your ability to cognize these subtle truths and principles start expanding in you. The conscious, it's called as conscious elasticity. And when that conscious elasticity in you starts expanding, these subtle truths would start becoming a reality for you. Are you understanding? Wonderful. All the viewers that are there live right now with us, may I request all of you, please post on the live chat section saying where you're from, if you're able to understand, and if you do have some doubts, please feel free to post that here in the live chat section. All right. So now we are going to be understanding this in a little more deeper level. There's this particular session, you need to watch it a few times so that you can even understand or grasp it. Like, for example, just to give you an example, like Swamiji said, these certain number values that are there. See, understand again. The numbers, for example, you say the number 8 as 8 in English, and you say it as Ashta in Sanskrit. You say it as art in Hindi. Now, like this in every language, it differs, right? But that number by itself is worshipped as deities in Sanatana Hindu Dharma because they themselves hold a lot more inside them, so that when you start having the numbers, like when you start cherishing the numbers inside of you, becoming comfortable just with cherishing these numbers, like how beautifully Swamiji explained. Take a number, convert it from the numerical value, like let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, convert it in your mother tongue. What do you call 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as in your mother tongue? You call it as probably 23,456. Convert it, right? Like you should be able to visualize it in your mother tongue and then convert it back to the digits. See, you should convert it into your mother tongue, whichever language you speak as your first language, and especially your thinking voice. Convert it into that language, that mother tongue, and convert it back to the numerical system. When you start, like visualize 11 11s and convert that 11 ones. So 1 11 times, if you visualize, your BP will automatically go down. When Swamiji is saying visualize, it's not just the number, okay, like, visualize so many ones. No. That ones, try converting it into your mother tongue, visualizing every single one 11 times and convert it back to the number. And once you do this conversion, by the time you finish it, you will just see your whole inner space will relax. Try this for 9 nines. You will see your whole adrenaline will be up. Swamiji says to do this before you go into meetings where you need to have your adrenaline up and alive. Like you want more energy, you want more strategic existence of yours to be active, and for you to have that thinking, active thinking. Swamiji says, just try visualizing 9 nines. Visualize every single 9 and convert it into your mother tongue, not just as 9, 9, 9. No. What does that 9 times 9 mean? I'm not saying multiplication, I'm saying 9 times the 9 repeating. What does that digit mean in your mother tongue? So convert it into that. And then visualize every single of those 9 without skipping. Your energy would be up. Visualize in our mind visually or just mentally think. You need to visualize it as like the words. Words need to be like basically you're verbalizing it in your mind. You can either visualize it as a visualization or think of it as just a word, but think it. Swamiji says visualize is the exact word Swamiji uses. Sorry, I see your YouTube ID as is this live. May I request your name, please? If you could also share your name. Must learn a new vocabulary. See, for example, let's say it may not be, you may not know it. Let's say your first language is English, but you do not know what is 11 times the digit 1 repeating. You don't know the value of it. But you do know that when something is like 1 followed by 6 zeros, if you say it is million, then you can call it as 1 million, 1 million. Like even to that level, at least start. Okay, Pranavaya, Nithyanandam, lovely to have you here. And I hope your questions are answered. Actually, you would learn about this in detail in the upcoming season of Paramashivoham that we are going to be having. It's starting in just a few days, actually, October 4th, we are having. And Swamiji is going to be coming live, giving us all the darshan boons. So I'm so excited for it. Do not miss out. On 5th of October, we are going to be having an elaborate session on this number universe. And Swamiji will also initiate us for the brain, for our brain to have the capacity to be able to visualize and be comfortable with numbers. Have you heard of the story of Ramanujam? Great mathematician. He had a very strong feeling connection with Nikkur Mahalakshmi. And he'll always say that Mahalakshmi is showing me this, Mahalakshmi is showing me that. Everything for him, the most complicated mathematics would just be revealed. Like it'll just be revealed to him. Whenever he goes and sits in the temple, he'll say that Devi is showing me, Mahalakshmi is showing me, my mother is showing it to me. How does that happen? That is happening because he is, it's his feeling connection with Mahalakshmi that has awakened his length dimension. There are 11 dimensions in the universe, the basic units of which is length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Length is not just the length as like how long it is that we think. It is also the length dimension is also the logic with which you see things. The logic, the dimension of your logic, all the way up to the Devata's logic and Paramashiva's logic. All of this is length dimension. More and more you expand your length dimension, making it subtler and subtler, you raise yourself to the parallel universe of higher and higher planes of existence. Now, when in your length dimension, try thinking, when you're visualizing these numbers, when you're trying to visualize, play with these numbers inside of you, if you just start cherishing and getting comfortable with the numbers, you would suddenly start becoming wealthy. Try visualizing. Actually, Swamiji gives a very powerful exercise for this. Visualize yourself sitting as Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 hands. Try visualizing. Actually, it was in this same session, I still remember. It was this very session, the clipping we all just watched. Swamiji suddenly asked everyone, Swamiji is like, I've been telling this last so long, so many years now, that sit and visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads. How many of you even sincerely attempted it? Every time you all just think, okay, one image, like we just think some ourselves, probably you visualize maximum 3 heads, 4 heads, 5th head, that's all gone. Your mind is somewhere else. Just trying to visualize, sit and visualize. The more and more you visualize yourself sitting with 25 heads and 75 eyes, 50 hands, that visualization will expand the conscious elasticity in you and to be able to be comfortable with this number universe and tap into the number universe and to see the benefits of it. I hope I answered your question. If anyone else has any other doubts or questions, feel free to ask. Now, let us all enter into the power manifestation. Again, this power manifestation, you're going to now first sit for a few minutes, visualize yourself as Paramashiva with 25 heads. When you visualize 25 heads, visualize and see. Okay, 25 heads means in first row, 9 heads. Just visualize yourself, your face, again repeating itself 9 times. Visualize every single face. Don't skip. Don't try to visualize it as 2 faces together and just say, oh, okay, this entire row, I see 5 heads. Visualize every single head. Like visualize yourself having 25 heads. Please sit and visualize this for a few minutes. Chant the Mahavakya. See, don't worry, Pranav. You can just sit and visualize. Don't worry about whether it's coming in one view or not, or it's broken up. Sometimes you can't visualize your thought fully together. Don't worry about any of that. You sit and do the visualization. Let Swamiji see, more and more you sit to that visualization, the way you visualize will also start becoming clearer and clearer. That is why the more, when you start becoming more intense in your length dimension, your breadth dimension, the power to visualize also starts opening up. This technique to sit and visualize yourself as Paramashiva is a direct technique for you to expand your very conscious elasticity. So don't worry about how your visualization is now currently. Just start visualizing. Just sit and visualize. Do it as a sincere exercise.
Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Today we all learned about
Nityananda
the different sciences, right? The different dimensions, vertical time zones. Did you know that the human brain cells scientifically is established that human brain can create structures in up to 11 dimensions? Yes, each of you sitting here can actually see, construct things, not just 1D, 2D, and 3D, but actually 11 dimensions. But these dimensions, as we know, is not just length, breadth, and depth. It's permutation combinations of length, breadth, depth, time, space. All of these put together in different frequencies. It's a very interesting thing. You know, length is all about the logic dimension in the cosmos, the logic with which the whole universe functions. Breadth is creativity, when logic is infused with emotions. When you try to understand the logic, when you try to infuse emotions into it, when you add some life to it, like arts, music, dance, poetry. Next comes depth. Depth is your very thinking. Depth is the very way in which you exist. Depth is a dimension where you literally cognize your existence, the cognitions that build your existence to manifest that oneness with Paramashiva. So now what we're all going to be manifesting is the power of length, which means anything that is in the logic dimension of the cosmos, you will be able to understand it. You will be able to easily find out answers. Let's say, for example, what all comes under logic? Let's say I ask you the distance between two places. I ask you the sum of two 20-digit numbers. You will be able to see through your third eye and you'll be able to tell the answer. That is few simple things. All right. So I request every one of you to take a few minutes and calculate the distance between the two locations that's projected for all of you. You're going to do the exact same thing like how a Google map does. You will be able to see the distance, you'll be able to see the duration, you'll be able to see the landmarks, all of it through your third eye. Please chant the Mahavakya and let us start.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, we will be showing you all the answer.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
As you all can see, this is just 15 minutes, the distance. And this is from the UN NAM Central Library to the Cerro El Cuepel. And that's the answer. Actually, see, when you're manifesting this power, you will be able to see even the minutest of details very clearly through the third eye. And you will be able to precisely understand the distance and the time it takes to go to two places, all of it, and in elaborate details.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, we're all going to be entering into a very important session where we will be understanding about the genesis of our identity. What is our identity made up of? How do we understand the gaps in our identity? Let us now listen to the session.
The first session is Genesis of Identity, understanding what you perceive as your identity. What do you feel as you is too important, because only from what you feel as you start developing second person and third person of your life. Understand? Aligning, understanding, aligning and understanding your first person, second person and third person, and experiencing completion. And experiencing completion. Understand? Wherever you are not aligning, you are only maligning the reality. Either you align or malign. There cannot be any neutral. Either you align or malign. There cannot be any other reality. Aligning. If you are not part of the solution, you are the problem. Understand? If you are not part of the solution, you are the problem. Aligning and understanding the first person, second person, third person of your life. Who is the first person of your life? What you perceive as you. Who is the second person of your life? What you perceive as others. Who is the third person of your life? Whatever you perceive as you and others, and what you perceive as others, they and their others. Listen. Whatever you perceive as you is your first person. Whatever you perceive as others is your second person. Whatever you perceive as your second person's first person's and second person is your third person. Just put little attention, you will catch how the whole thought current which is torturing you from day and night, which you really want to get rid. You and your thinking as love-hate relationship. You can neither be without that nor be living with it. Almost like spouse. Neither be without it nor be with it. Even if there are 10,000 more rules with sannyas, it is much better to live with sannyas. What is formed becomes law. You need to understand this fundamental truth. In all the levels, first person, second person, third person. I and you, and they. Whatever you perceive as your life, whatever you perceive as that needs to be brought to completion. That is the fundamental lesson of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The first verse you hear from the source books of Hindu tradition, Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. It is from completion happens completion. From completion, completion comes out and continues to be established in completion. I am introducing you to you. I am trying to create a paint drawing, all of us together. Listen, whatever you think about you inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you inside you, is inner image. Whatever you think as you inside you is inner image. If you see sometime, you will feel you will be always successful in everything. If you see sometime, you will feel you will always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. How you show you to others, how you show yourself to others, that is outer image. That is outer image. Understand? Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is outer image. Mostly this inner image and outer image will be inconsistent. They will not be matching with each other. Inner image will be lower than what you are, outer image will be higher than what you are. There will be a big gap. What you think as, what you feel as you and what you speak as you. This gap, the gap between your mouth and the heart, that is what I call confusion in life. Anyhow, I can say anyway, source of confusion. This inner image, outer image, then what others perceive about you, whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. That is called others' image. Inner image, outer image, others' image. how others perceive you. And please listen, when you want all the benefits from others and society, you are bound to take responsibility for how others perceive you. You can't say, how others perceive me, I am not responsible for that. No. You can't say that. You are responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for how others perceive you. So understand, how others perceive you, others' image, you are responsible. And how you perceive the world and life, what you have in your head about life. You may think life is exploiting. All the 4-letter words you may have about life and others. That is called life image. Understand, if you have a wrong life image, even if you are living in a palace with all the pleasures of life, best things life and others can give you, you will still continue to be in a deeply deprived space and state, because able to have a right life image and trust others is one of the luxury you can have in life. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. I'll give you experiential explanation about these 4 words: inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. From my own experience. Listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion, or Sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a soul, God, energy, Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I am carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I am projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I am a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others image. Listen, others image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you, but people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship, peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1000 volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5 volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image, the image I have about life and others, the whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others. Pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others' image. Come on. First, let's spend little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others' image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. Please distribute the assignment sheet of genesis of your identity. So understand, the exact inner identity, outer identity, and the gap between the inner identity and the outer identity. And what you want others to experience feel about you and what you feel about others. There is always a big gap between these two. You want everyone to feel about you as a loving, caring, trusting, blissful, joyful person. But you think about everybody as crooked, cunning, cheats, bunch of thieves. Now you need to know the gap between your inner identity and outer identity. That gap is neither good nor bad. Same way, the gap between what you want others to feel about you and what you feel about others. This gap also is neither good nor bad. If both these gaps makes you powerless, both of them are bad. If they does not make you powerless and you know how to play with that, then it is not bad. Sometimes it is good. Some of the very powerful, the most powerful strategies which Krishna did to protect Dharma are done from that space where other person can't even understand with what kind of a logic you are functioning. Other person can't even understand, you can never understand with what kind of a dharma Krishna is functioning. You can never understand. But he is the most dharmic being. Because the gap between inner identity, outer identity has not put him in powerless space. SDHD, self-doubt, hatred, denial. When he was running away from Jarasandha, I can be 100% sure he would have had a cup of coffee or a coke and chatting with his Sakis, if not flirting, in his chariot. He would not have had a single moment of powerlessness. But if he has seen some enemy spy, immediately would have shown the face as if he is afraid, frightened, running away. He knows how to play the game with. Because even the inner identity, outer identity, the life image and others' image, even that has become like a nail and hair for him with which he can do makeup, whatever he wants and play with it. He knows how to show them, showcase them and use them, play with them. So understand, not to fall into any powerlessness by these four identities and the gaps between them is completion. Today I am going to lead you guys for that only. Today I am leading you guys to that level of completion. Study all the blind spots you carry between these four components of your identity: inner image, outer image, others image, life image, and complete all those incompletions which puts you in powerlessness. And you will experience Satori, and the Satori will become stable in you, as enlightenment. Understand, completion is life. With completion starts life. With completion, life is awakened. With completion, everything auspicious starts in your life. First thing, completion is not apologizing. Understand? In completion, you may apologize, not because you feel powerless, but because you feel powerful now, not because at that time you did some mistake, but because at those days you had inadequate cognition. Please understand. As a law of life, your cognition will continue to grow. As law of life, your cognition will continue to grow. As law of life, you will continue to expand. Then now you have only two choices. One, either you go on be crying about your past as a wrong mistake, or you can look at the whole thing as inadequate cognition and raise your cognition level. I tell you, when you complete, do not have apologetic mood. Do not feel the guilt. You have done something wrong. No. Because if you feel guilty, you will not go through all the past and complete. Because even one or two will make you so tired, you will be agitated, irritated. You will think, what is this? Why should I think? So you will develop a subtle hatred towards completion. You will never sit for completion sessions. How many of you feel, listen, bored or tired, don't want to sit for completion? Raise your hand. All of you need to know, you are only having a deep guilt about past. You should know you have not done something wrong in the past, but listen, you have not done anything wrong in the past, but it was just inadequate cognition. You expecting you should have the adequate cognition from the childhood is impractical expectation in this society. Then you should have become my Gurukul child. In the society you can't expect to have a complete cognition. You can't expect society to allow you to continue to have a complete cognition. A child is allowed to have a complete cognition only in my Gurukul. If you just allow the complete cognition, full brain of a child to be functioning, helping the child, encouraging the child to learn, So first thing you need to understand is completion is not feeling guilty about your past, remembering your past inadequate cognition and completing it so that decisions and patterns you developed during inadequate cognition does not need to continue to exist in your present inner space and affect your life now. If you are bored, unhappy, don't want to sit for completion, be very clear. You are not completing, you are just sitting with your past guilt and just brooding over. Completion is not apologizing. Same way when you are completing with others, don't be in the apologetic mood. You are not apologizing. Sometimes apologizing may happen. See, many times, only if you feel powerless, if you fall into the powerless mode, you apologize. Don't fall into powerless mode. Sit powerfully. Remember very clearly, when you had those powerless moments, some part of you have been stuck with others. Now you are reclaiming those parts. That's all. For example, if I had a fight with my elder brother when I was 6, and still that memory is there in me, that fear is there in me, that feeling is there in me, means still that 6-year-old child is influencing me. So all I am trying to do is I am liberating myself from that fear pattern which I created at the age of 6, which happened due to fighting with my brother. I am not now going and apologizing to my brother. Oh, sorry, that time I beat you. Now I apologize. No. You may apologize in some time, but completion itself is not just apologizing. It is like making the other person understand and making yourself understand that fighting in the young age created a strong, fearful, powerless pattern in you which is responsible for still you struggling, suffering with a wrong cognition, improper, inadequate cognition. Completion. Only with completion anything in your life is possible. And I wanted all of you to understand, you have to first start completing even with this pattern of self-doubting. See, if I complete, is it going to help me? And when I sit in front of the mirror, start completing, I don't think I feel complete. Even these all patterns, please understand, how many of you feel, if I sit in front of mirror and do the completion process, I don't know whether I am complete or not. I don't know. This is an important pattern you need to understand. How many of you feel that way? Raise your hand. So understand, all of you have one important pattern, self-doubting. This self-doubting pattern, unless you complete with that pattern also, the completion will not happen. Understand? The pattern of self-doubting, along with your root pattern, and split up of your personality, one more thing has entered into you, constantly doubting. Please listen. Because any part of your personality decides or does anything, the other part doubts that cognition. Whatever your right hand does, left hand is doubting. Whatever your left hand does, right hand is doubting. So you have to do anything with both the hands, only then it will be successful. So first of all, you need to complete with this doubting pattern. Constantly doubting yourself. Because you constantly doubt yourself, you doubt about the truths of completion, four tattvas, principles. You doubt everything. You doubt you. Because you doubt you, you doubt me. Please listen. If you doubt you, you will doubt me. Because I am inside you more than you exist in you. If you are occupying 20-30% of you, I am occupying 60-70% of you. So naturally, if you doubt you, you will doubt me. And if you have anger towards you, you will have anger towards me. Sometimes people think, oh, I don't have anger towards others, I have only anger towards me. But I tell you, when you dig, you will see very clearly, vengeance towards others, when you can't express it, it becomes anger towards you. Vengeance towards others when you can't express it, when you think, oh no, they are powerful, I have to be dependent on them, then it expresses on you. Today, I'll expand only on how to complete with your self-doubt. Understand? Today I'll expand just on this one subject. Self-doubt. Sit and look in. Look in to find first time when the self-doubting started in you. The moment you realize your inner image about you is different and the outer image you project to others is different, self-doubting will start on you. The moment you realize behind the screen you are like something, outside the screen you are like something, or in front of your wife you are something, you have a different way of behaving, outside when she is not there you have a different way of describing her. Your inner image about you, your outer image about you, the way you project you and the way you think about you, when these two are different, the way you think about you is mamakara, the way you project you is ahankara. When these two become different, especially when others are convinced about the image you project outside, you think, oh God, all these fellows are fooled. Even though I am hiding what is and projecting different, everyone is fooled. Then I think this is the way everyone is fooling others. Then you start doubting everything and you. Listen. When there is a disconnect between your inner image about you, the image you project about you outside, means your outer image. When there is a disconnect between these two, and especially when you are able to convince others, you are able to convince others about your outer image, the way you project yourself, is the true image. When you are able to convince everyone, suddenly the self-doubt starts getting developed. What am I doing? What is this? The worst conscious killer disease is self-doubt. Especially self-doubt established as a pattern in you. You will see very clearly, you will work for something, and when it becomes a failure, you yourself will take revenge on you. You did all this, na? You need this. This is called Atma Droga. Understand? First Atma Sandeha means self-doubt, then Atma Droha. This leads to Atma Hadya, self-destruction. Now that is the poor human beings. Look in and start digging out. When first time you started having self-doubt, try to remember, recollect. The earliest memory of your self-doubt. When you yourself did not trust the words you uttered. For example, even now when you declare with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, I declare, one part of you saying, you don't neither have integrity nor have responsibility or have authenticity. What are you declaring? Keep quiet, you are not going to be successful. These are all pseudo drama. What others, they may be telling because they may be having. Before you even complete one statement, your other part has finished satsang. But I tell you, only by the declarations and making them into reality, the spiritual strength, the Atma Bala is created. Sit with all these self-doubting patterns, pen them down, relive and relieve them, complete with them. Don't doubt whether you completed with your self-doubts. That will be one more doubt, at least complete with that. If you have self-doubt, complete with it. If you have one more doubt whether you completed with your self-doubt or not, complete with that also.
What Swamiji revealed in this is a very, very important truth. All of us have these 4 components of identity, the genesis of our identity. The inner image, what we think about us, the conclusions that we carry about us inside of us. The outer image, how we project ourselves to the world outside. The others' image, what others see us as. And the life image, what you see the life as. The various different permutation combination of these 4 images makes up what you are, your identity. Swamiji so beautifully summed up some of the most important aspects of this. Right now, all of us have a big gap inside of us. What we perceive as us, what you see as you versus what you see as life. There's a big gap. Now, that gap that we call as a gap is what is incompletion. Let's say, for example, inside you, you strongly believe that you're not a very powerful person. Means you feel like very easily you can be just broken by others. Every single time that you give up on life, understand, inside you, you have a conflicting inner image. Inside you, you believe about yourself that you're not worthy, you're guilty, you're wrong, you're wronged. Outside you, you try to show as if everything is okay to the world. Now that gap is there, right? That conflict between what you show as yourself to the world versus what you show as yourself to you. That gap is precisely what is called as incompletion, self-doubting pattern. Now, we all have an ideal inner image. We all want to feel a certain way. We all want to feel like, I want to really feel I am the most friendliest person, or I want to feel like I want to really feel confident about myself. But in reality, what we are is a complete opposite of that for most of us. Now, that gap, completing that gap is what happens during this genesis of the identity process. And how do we complete with this gap? Whenever you look in, you analyze and you address all the different aspects of you, which is inside of you, the conflicting gaps that you have created inside you. Whenever you address that, please understand, you will never be stuck in any of the self-conflicting, self-contradictory patterns. Now, our inner image is constantly in conflict with the outer image. But to understand this, let us take a few minutes and I request every one of you to write down all the statements you carry about you, your inner image. For example, you feel I am lazy, I'm not smart, I'm not good enough, I'm not good looking, or I'm not very agile like others are, I'm not very talented. You may have so many opinions you carry against you. Write it down. Same way, describe all the qualities you project to others which you believe are a part of your external image. For example, you try to show people as if you're very hardworking, you're kind. Write it down. The third step, you're going to be writing down all these words and statements others have used to describe you. For example, even though you show yourself as friendly outside, people tell you, no, you're arrogant or you're very unfriendly. You're not a very bubbly person to be around with. You're not very jovial. Whatever people have used as words to describe you, write it down. And describe all the words and statements and beliefs about the world, about life that you carry. Life is unfair. Life is cruel. Write down all of them. This is a very, very important exercise. Please do not miss. Please write down. Hope all of you finished writing. Okay, now that is first step. In the next step, I request each of you to write down now the best images you want to have. Currently, you may have written I am lazy as your current inner image. You would have written I can't make many friends as your current inner image. Or you would have written life is not fair to me as a current life image. Write down the ideal one that you want to have. What you really feel like the best image you want to have. You really want to feel that you are the most friendly person to people. You want to be having a lot of people around you. You want people to love you. You want people to tell you that you are. There's a way we understand that, right? We have a certain attribute. No, you have not asked. Listen very carefully. No, you have not asked. Listen very carefully. This is very, very. We all have a certain conclusion of what life thinks about us. Very So hope all of you have finished this step as well. And there's a user, is this live in YouTube? Sorry, please could you acknowledge if you received the answer? I saw that you had said it was buffering and you couldn't understand. So please do let me know if you understood the answer to your question, and also if you have finished this step as well. Because next what we are going to be entering into is a very important step as well. In the next step now, so you have written down your current one and what you want to have. Now there's a gap between the inner image, others image, life image, which you have now and what you want to have, correct? Now the inauthentic identity is what you have now. Authentic identity is what you actually want to have. You're going to now identify and pen down all the incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. For each incompletion, find out and pen down the incident where the incompletion started. For example, your authentic identity is you want to be a confident person. You want to be loved. Your current identity is that you're unloved. You're not smart enough. You're very foolish. Go back to the first incident where you felt that way. For example, your teacher could have asked you something, and then suddenly you felt like, you gave the answer, but the whole class laughed at you. Now that incompletion is still sitting inside of you and making you feel you're not smart enough. Go back to that earliest incident and pen down. I request every one of you to write down. Nithyanandam Anandeshwari and Purna Pandolikar, Sanchez Ayya and Ragini Annan, Christesian Baron, Nithyanandam. And I request all of you to post. If you are all understanding, I request all the participants to please post. All those that are watching us live right now, if you are understanding this, if it is clicking with you, if it's making sense, please post this, because this one exercise has the power to change the perspective of life that you carry. And is this life? I think if you could please put your original name in the channel. So I'll repeat the answer for you. You may not always know what people think about you. Like I may not know what everyone around me think about me. But based on their said or unsaid words and actions and behavior, we come to a certain conclusion. Actually, you should know. You never know what people think about you. You always only operate out of what you think that people think about you. Let's give an example. You finish a project with all your hard work, you go and show it to your boss. He looks at it. He says, it's okay. Now, you do not actually know what he's thinking. But based on that response, it's okay, whatever tone that it comes from, you derive a certain conclusion of what your boss is thinking about you. Am I right? You may think that, oh, look, he doesn't like me. Probably he thinks I'm not very good. Or probably he may think that, he thinks that I'm not talented enough. That's why he didn't even spend enough time understanding my project. He just rejected it, or he just said it's okay. That means he doesn't really like it. You come to a certain conclusions. Whether that conclusion is true or false is a different subject to debate upon. But what I am saying is that you will not always know what exactly people around you think about you. People can think about you. You may do something and people may respond or not respond in a certain way that you expect. Based on those incidents, you come to a conclusion about life. Correct? Those conclusions is what we call as life, others image. What you think that others think about you. Sometimes it's straightforward. Like some people tell you that they may tell you you're a very unfriendly person, you're very clumsy, you're very unruly. Sometimes it's straightforward. So okay, that person thinks of me this way. But sometimes it is not very straightforward, but you have a certain conclusion of what the other person thinks about you. Both you have to write down. This is for the first step. Now all the others, please do this very sincerely. Write down the gaps that you have in each of these. Pranav, okay, Nithyanandam, Pranavji. So let me know if you understood this. If this answer makes sense to you. And all the others, have you all finished writing? And Pranav, yeah, I really recommend that you join the October 4th session. And it's a very, very beautiful program that's coming up. So don't miss it. This is just a glimpse, which means this is not really like a complete program. When you come on the 4th of October, do not miss it, because it's a very beautiful program that Swamiji has designed. So please do attend. You will receive the maximum benefits from there every day with darshan. Okay, now I'm going to be showing you all the question. I request all of you to write down all the conflicts that you carry, all the incidents, the best image you want to have versus the image that you are having currently. What is causing that gap? The best image you want to have might be, I'm a very friendly person, I'm very smart, I'm confident. But the current image is you feel you're very foolish. Go back and look in what incident caused the cognition that you're foolish inside of you. Write it down. Yes. So hope all of you have finished this step. Now, in the next step, you're going to be writing down all the self-doubt and self-hatred and self-denial that you carry in each of these incidents that you've written down. What do you doubt yourself? What do you think? You think that you will not be able to do it, it is not meant for you, you're not going to be able to manifest it, it's not going to happen the way you want. Write down in elaborate detail whatever you see, that gaps that you have, write them down. See, for example, the gap between your inner image and outer image is self-doubt. You want to be something, but you yourself have a doubt whether you will be able to be that or not. Now, in all that you have written down, sit and relive, complete, go through that incident again and relive all that emotions once again and see what exactly is stopping you.
just few line. Listen to this few line carefully. 1. Try to remember the earliest, as far as your memory goes, the earliest first time you felt powerless, either by fear or guilt or weakness. First time when you felt powerless. It can be as simple as your mother made you sit on the dining table, or you were playing in the rain and your mother slapped you and dragged you inside the room, or just a stone thrown by your friend or your brother has hit you. It can be as simple as this, or your sister snatching the ice cream. Now, usually sisters don't snatch, only brothers snatch. No, I have seen. Sister is the best relationship. I grew up in large family. Sister is the best relationship. It can be as simple as your mom gave one sweet extra to your younger brother. Your dad gave one cloth or jewel extra to your younger sister. It can be anything. First time when you felt powerless, what was your inner image? Means, what did you tell about you to you? What was your outer image? How you showed you to others? How you reacted to that situation? And what was your life image? Means, how did you judge others or life at that moment? Listen, what was your inner image? What was your outer image? What was your life image at that moment? It is almost like a surgery. You have to now cut yourself and see. It's a surgery, literally, because now you will remember an incident which happened at the age of 8. When you try to find out, open that incident, suddenly you will remember something which happened at 6. When you cut and start remembering that incident, suddenly it will open up something which happened at the age of 3. Earliest memory. First time, as far as you can remember, when you became powerless. Actually, you will be surprised, because I'm going to blow prana into you. Means awaken your pranic energy. You will remember the memories you never thought, you never imagined you will be able to remember. Actually, only now you will see directly what I can do to your mind. You will suddenly remember the deepest layers of your memory. You may even remember what happened during your birth, and even those scenes you may start seeing. Actually, I am going to blow prana into your navel center. You will be there only, I will be here only. I will be awakening you. See, the navel center, that means your umbilical cord connection with your mother. That is the zone stores earliest memories. And if that awakens, means Kundalini enters into that navel zone, suddenly you will see from your birth, when they cut that umbilical cord, from that you will start remembering the memories. There are 3-4 rules. Always root pattern will be formed before the age of 7. So the first incident you find will be before the age of 7. If it is after 7, you will have to dig out and you will find it. Always the incident will be before the age of 7. That's one. Second, all major sufferings, whether it is physical or mental, you go through in the life will be connected to that root pattern. It is the root pattern responsible for serious physical or mental sufferings you go through. It starts only from there. And blessed are those who complete with their root pattern when they are young or before it manifests as any serious disorder. Completion is literally you reclaiming you into your life. I can go on and on. I tell you, the only gap between you and the Vedic tradition, you see in the Vedic tradition we tell like this hundreds of stories where Mahadeva himself came and gave a witness. He himself came and taught lessons. In Vedic tradition we tell so many stories. Surely our masters are not liars and they are not the people with the superstitions. Surely our masters are the people very logical, scientific, never spreading superstition, superstitious things. But in the modern day, all these things are thought to be superstitiousness. Why there is so much gap? See, in the Vedic tradition, if somebody curses, it happens. An ordinary housewife, Savitri, is able to stop the sun. Why the gap? What is the gap between the life during the Vedic times and now? Why all that which happened at that time is not happening now? Jnanasambandar gave life to the dead just like that. Why? It is literally impossible now. I tell you, the only gap, why it was happening at that time, why it is not happening now, the answer is incompletions. It is incompletions. When you complete everything, what you read in the Vedic tradition becomes reality, can be reality. I tell you, completion is the bridge to reach Vedic tradition, to reach the extraordinary powers, to experience extraordinary happenings in your life. Completion is life in every level. I can give you the whole list. The only difference between you and the Ramanuja, I'm talking about mathematician Srinivasa Ramanujam. The only difference between you and him is level of completion. The only difference between you and Adi Shankara, level of completion. The only difference between you and Dhrinyana Sambandar, level of completion. Sit. I'm giving you the precise instruction from Mahadeva's definitions. Sit and decide that you are going to complete with some of these past incompletion, and let your attention be on the whole incompletion being relived with the clear understanding of unclutching. Disidentify why that happened, because it has happened. With that understanding, why that happened, because that happened. Why you reacted the way you reacted, because you reacted the way you reacted. Why the action, because the action. Why the reaction, because the reaction. Any past incident has no valid, adequate reason to the present conscious cognition. Any past reason cannot be adequate for the present cognition. Any past incident has no reason or cause for why it happened the way it happened. It just happened the way it happened, and it did not happen the way it did not happen. That's all. With this clarity, relive, you will see the form you are able to remember in which the incompletion happened will melt down, will lose its power over you. That is the definition that completion has happened. The incompletions have melted down. Go on, go on, go on. Other than the form you are having this moment, you should not be able to remember any form of the past. Then you become formless. We are going to be working on complete completion. Please understand, just by removing a tree completely, just by uprooting a tree, you cannot be safe that nothing else will grow in that place, or the tree won't happen again in that place. No. You need to understand a very important thing. If you just see outside, the ground where the Nithyananda Sabha is going to be built, there are hundreds of neem trees. We uprooted all of them and cleaned the land. But go and see, at least 50 neem trees are again back. Even if you uproot the tree, the essence of the tree stays in the ground. So when the water comes and the sun comes, the tree starts happening again. There are some trees you don't need a full seed for the tree to happen. Just the essence of the tree is there in the mud, that's enough, it will grow. There is a herb, Amambacharisi. Just the essence of that herb is enough, it will grow. Same way, just removing your root pattern is not going to completely liberate you. How to stop the tree not happening again? How to make sure the tree will not happen again? How to make sure that tree is not going to sprout again? Burning, boiling the very root, it's a very land where the root can sprout. Same way, burning your consciousness, purifying it to the root from where even the root patterns can grow. That is what I call complete completion. Manonmaniya Vidya. In Sanskrit we call it Mana Unmana. Awakening inner space. Awakening the inner space. Mana Unmana. Please listen. Awakening the inner space. With this process of complete completion, we make sure even if there is a smell or the essence of the root patterns exists in the ground, on the soil, it doesn't sprout again. It doesn't grow again. Manonmani. Please understand. Mana, Unmana. Unmana means awakening. Mana means inner space. The complete completion awakens your inner space completely and does not allow any leftover unattended roots of the root patterns. For a neem tree to happen again, 1 inch old root is enough. Please understand. Just an inch length old root is left without removed. The tree will happen again. You don't need a seed. For a banyan tree to happen again, just 3-inch root if it is left without being removed from the land, that is enough. It will happen again. You don't need a seed. For your root patterns to grow again, you don't need to leave 3 inch or 1 inch. Just if you go back and see the same people, that is enough. If you see the same people who are responsible for your root pattern, that is enough. Understand? The complete completion is like ensuring the safety, ensuring the spiritual protection. All incompletion is nothing but the fact not being given enough inner space and cognition and respect by you. And the perception itself is given the first priority and respect. If the perception is recorded as a reality in you, which is going to be constantly changing, will give you a deep insecurity and instability in your life. But instead, if the fact is given the place of reality and the perception is given the place of perception, the recognition, the change of perception will not lead to more and more incompletion. And the fact does not influence your decision and perception influences your decision. I asked you to get five examples. The perception influencing you as a fact and forcing you to take decision, and fact influencing you as a perception and forcing you to take a decision. Every time when you do completion, every time when you are completing, you are moving from Purusha to Mahapurusha, Mahapurusha to Siddha Purusha. Manonmaniya happens in you. Mana Unmana happens in you. Bring completion every time. Every moment of your life, feel complete. Be in the space of completion, powerfulness, joy. Bringing the space of completion. Bringing the space of completion in every thought, every word, every action, every feeling, and every moment of living is enlightenment. How both complement each other. Please understand. Ultimately, the complete completion happens when you don't even bother about complete completion. Even the desire or the effort for the complete completion is surrendered. Even when that effort is surrendered at the feet of the divine, the complete completion happens. The signs of surrender. Please listen. Listen sincerely and intensely. The more and more and more completion you do, the more and more and more the surrender starts happening in you. I need to define surrender. Surrender is no way starts with powerlessness or gives you the powerlessness experience or ends in powerlessness. Surrender starts with powerfulness, leads you from power to more powerfulness, ends in ultimate powerfulness. Surrender is no way connected to powerlessness. Many times in your powerlessness, the giving up, you call it as surrender. No, giving up is not surrender. Giving up is not surrender. listen. Giving up is not surrender. A Shiva Bhakta will never give up on himself or others. Surrender doesn't come by powerlessness. It comes by tremendous powerfulness. The signs of completion and the signs of powerfulness both complement each other. The signs of completion and signs of powerfulness both complement each other. When you complete more and more, you become powerful. When you surrender more and more, you become powerful. More completion leads to more surrender leads to more completion. Completion is nothing but falling in love with your higher self. Decide to reside in the higher self. Surrender is nothing but falling in love with the embodiment of higher self, your Ishta Devata. Your Ishta is nothing but your higher self. Surrender should lead to more and more Ishta, not Kashta. Naturally, surrender leads you to more and more powerfulness, not powerlessness. It leads to more and more powerfulness, more and more joy, more and more strength. Understand? When you carry the space of surrender, everything in the life listens to you. Even a plant drops all its thorns just by your request. How do you think just our Gurukul kids are able to talk to plants and the plants are listening to them? And they are dropping their thorns. Understand, it is not a myth or a story I am talking. We can show you in front of your eyes. The surrender makes you deeply powerful. The space of completion makes you deeply powerful. Surrender is misinterpreted, given wrong meaning in the Western thought trends. There the word is used more like in the war, when you lose, you drop all the weapons and surrender. Here I am not using in that meaning. The word surrender has totally different meaning in the Bhakti literatures. So maybe I may not even want to use the word surrender in English. I use the word Sharanagati. Powerfulness radiated by the devotees. Andal was not weak. Akkamadevi was not weak. Meera was not weak. Kanakadasa, Purandaradasa, Vittaladasa, all the great Dasa Sampradaya devotees are not weak. They were never weak. Understand? Kanaka, Purandara, Vittaladasas, Meera, Akkamma, Andal, all of them are not weak. They all lived in the space of powerfulness. Even completion you can intellectually grasp, even if you don't practice, just watch the satsang, you will intellectually grasp what is the completion, what is the power of completion, I am sure. So the completion can be understood even if you listen intellectually, but the Sharanagati is surrender. You need to see somebody experiencing and radiating it. You need to be around some great bhakta, devotee. Because it is such a beautiful experience. You need to see that radiating in the body language. Saranagati, surrender, can't be understood just by the intellectual. Intellectually, if you try to understand, it will only lead to that surrender happens during the war period. Only that meaning you will get it. It's not a powerlessness, kind of a giving up, a failure, dropout. But the Bhakta Sampradayas, the Bhakti traditions do not mean that kind of a surrender here. You become more and more powerful, more and more strong, more and more intelligent. The Bhakti Sampradaya, its definition of surrender is totally different. So understand, more and more practice of surrender leads to more and more experience of completion. More and more experience of completion leads to more and more practice of surrender. When the science of completion connects with the science of surrender, the space you create becomes reality. Because all your individual incompletions should be completed. When you are complete, your individual identity should be surrendered to the cosmos. Then cosmos functions through you. Individual identity is made out of bunch of incompletions.
Completions that we carry in our inner space is nothing but fact not being given enough inner space and cognition or respect by you. All the incompletions that we carry is the perception decoded as reality in you, which is going to be constantly changing. Because of which it gives a deep insecurity in you, a deep instability about the cognitions of life that you carry. And this is a very, very powerful truth that Swamiji revealed. All of us need to really contemplate on this. Because the reality of life is not as simple or as straightforward as we always see it. We always perceive it in a completely different manner from what it is, what it seems to appear like. And Pranavaya, actually this satsang was an answer for your question. See, just by seeing the few comments on internet, you have let your inner space, the idea that you carry about you, get shaken. Am I right? You have come to a certain conclusion, you have come to a certain understanding based on the cognition that you carry, based on an incident that happened in your past. I'll give you an example. I always share this example because it'll make complete sense. This is Swamiji puts it very beautifully in this. See, let's say at the age of 7, you're playing in rain, okay? And your mom calls you. She says, Pranav, come in. You don't go inside. She says, come in. You don't go inside. Third time she calls you, you still don't go inside. You're playing in the rain. So because you didn't listen, she comes out. She gives you a tight slap. She drags you inside the house, puts you in, and closes the door. Now, looking at that incident, for all of us, it may look like, of course, mother out of concern, she didn't want you to catch cold. She tried calling. Since you didn't come, she'd put you in. But as a 7-year-old child, does your logic think, oh, how much concern my mother has? She, even if she knows that I may become incomplete with her through this, she still goes on to do everything best to protect me. No, we don't think like that. You would have felt at that age of 7 that, how everything good is taken away from you. Your mother wants to control you. She doesn't love you. And all these cognitions run inside us. That is what Swamiji explained very beautifully as your perception of the reality occupying more than 75% of your inner space. So the facts about reality is not even having enough space in your inner space. Actually, this is the first time when I was listening to this, what Swamiji was explaining, I have never really cognized incompletion like this. It was a very new click for me. Swamiji says, the facts of situation not being given enough space in your cognition is incompletion.
That's so beautiful, right? Like, because if we understand it that way, we understand it how delusional our incompletions are. Like, we look at it otherwise in a very different way. We think that, okay, I have really been through this, and that's why I got to sit and complete with it. But if you actually see it, it's the real facts which we have not cognized. Instead, we are giving so much of time and space, means our inner space, to something that's just our own perception. Actually, I wanted to just give an example based on this, because I feel like something similar, like when an incident happened in my young age, it stopped me from participating in different things. And like, for example, I still remember, it was a new school, and I had a teacher. First time they're asking us to use a pen, and I couldn't get, she said a gel pen. I didn't know what it was, and I got a ball pen, and then I got I didn't even actually get hit. My friend was the one who got punished, and I was left because I was a new student. And this one small incident happened, but it became such a deep cognition. And at that time, the person who was right next to me told me that the kid told me that, oh, probably because you're so poor, you can't afford a gel pen. That one cognition it was so deep. And I always started having a low, like a very low feeling, thinking that anything that I'm having, I always used to think this is always lower than what the other person has. And every time I used to operate from that cognition. So even if I had the best thing with me, I would always feel that the other person is only having much better and I'm having something very low. And I'll be very ashamed to show it to people. Same thing which would stop me from participating in things. Like I would not, after that part, I even stopped participating in school day. I stopped in many things. Okay, you also see more participants joining. Yes, Ma, Parameshwari, very nice. Click your posted. And Bhaskar Gaud from Hyderabad Kailasa, Nithyanandam. Wonderful to have all of you joining the sessions now. And all of you can keep interacting with us in the live comment section. So I'm just continuing. So this incident had penetrated in my life in multiple levels. Like I'll always have a low confidence about myself when this is much before even joining Gurukul. I used to feel like I don't have the confidence to show who I am, to show what I want, to be, like whatever I'm having, I would never show it to people. I'll always feel that even in the schools, if they say you could wear a color dress, I'll feel very bad because I'll feel like what I'm having is something very low than what the other people are having. Even the food, everything. So once after joining Gurukul, the first week after joining Gurukul, I went back to the house for like 2-3 days. And when people came and asked me, which school are you now studying in? I was feeling very bad about the same pattern like came in me. And I started feeling like I can't really tell where I am, what I'm doing, like nothing else. It's not about anything else. It was just about that I'm becoming a spiritual person and I don't want to show that to people. This was my cognition. This was just the first week. At that time, I had not much idea about Swamiji, Gurukul, nothing. I just joined Gurukul. I was completely new to the lifestyle, everything. And I was just then getting connected to Swamiji. And I told oh, okay, I'm just studying in an international school, and I came off. I didn't tell anything else. So after I came back, it was just a day we went and then we came back. I was sharing this with one of the Gurukul mentors, and she told me that no, you're encouraging something, a very wrong pattern, and putting yourself down for no reason. And that's when she walked me through and made me identify this particular incident. She told, sit and relive and complete with it. So I completed with that incident. And she said, next time, when you go, you should be bold and you should tell that, look, this is that I'm not just a Hindu spiritual person. This is what is my lifestyle. And I'm going to take sannyas. You should tell that boldly. So I think after 2-3 weeks or a month or so, we again went back. I had the biggest breakthrough at that time, because at that time, what I did was, I still remember, I put the biggest Rudraksha malas that I had. I put like full basma. Actually, why I'm saying this is because all these things I used to resist, thinking that people will feel low about me based on an incident that had happened years before. The incident that had happened was much when I was so young. And when I'm going, like I went to my friend's house, I put like full basma and I put kumkum. And that moment when I went as I wanted to be, as I am, when I went and I started talking to her, That's when I had the biggest breakthrough. Because I felt like really that completion Swamiji is manifesting in me. Because that's when I was confident about who I am and did not have a necessity to be a different person. So that when the moment the completion happened with this incident, I started seeing its impact in many other situations. The things that I would have never done, like I would have never been someone who can be like a leader or been participating in different things or conducting classes for kids. All these are things that I would have definitely resisted before. But after this particular incident, it became a breakthrough. And I started seeing newer dimensions in my life, which I had otherwise not experienced or stopped myself from experiencing. So the key secret over here is understand. I understood at that time when I completed, I understood was carrying something such a trivial thing and like making that as a reality statement. When I analyzed all other situations where I responded from and reacted from the same pattern, I realized in all those situations also it was that was not the actual happening. It was not the fact. It was not the actual happening. But my own perceptions blocked me and made me perceive life in a very deluded way. And it was only stopping my own expansion. And
Pranavaya, see, if you analyze this one thing, it's very important that you understand this process, because completion is all about you revisiting the past about which you carry the wrong conclusion. See, I am not saying that nobody is spreading hate in the internet. You might have had the bad experience. You might have, there are people who troll, there is negativity. The point is not whether what is happening is right or wrong, but the question here is now what you're doing, you have come to a conclusion based on all the negative comments. You're clutching, remembering all the negative comments that has come so far and cluttering all of them together, and you've created a shaft. That is wrong, because you're taking 20% of the internet and you're declaring that as the 100% of your experience, which will never give you the complete experience of what it is. It is not about just facing it. If you face it with the wrong cognition, it is only going to create more and more incompletion in you. It is about you facing it with the right understanding inside you and overcoming it. Are you getting it? The exact same thing that you are struggling with. If you just write down, if you analyze, you will understand what I'm telling. Complete with it. When you complete, when you are writing down, you will come to the right understanding about how exactly you can, what is the exact cognition you need to shift. Most of the times, you all carry wrong conclusions about life, wrong conclusions about situations, right? And sometimes people may actually do wrong to us. Sometimes they actually might harm you. But the thing is not that saying, oh, they're right, I'm wrong. That is not completion. No. Real completion is when you come to the right understanding that factually whatever people tell, analyzing it as a fact, not infusing your perceptions into it, not adding the extra background music conclusions that you add to it. Try it now. Sit. When all of you do the completion now, you will experientially understand this beautiful truth that Swamiji explained. Just completion alone has the power for you to reclaim your inner space back. Completion alone has the power for you to experience that complete transformation in your inner space back. So I request every one of you, will be guiding you all through step-by-step process. And we request every one of you to please write this down. Take a few minutes, and each of you are going to be now analyzing some non-factual incompletions that are sitting inside you, and you're going to bring the right understanding about it. Okay, now let's take a few minutes. Give 5 examples of some perception influencing you as a fact, forcing you to take decisions, and fact influencing you as a perception and forcing you to take a decision. I'll give you an example. Some thing might have happened where you messed up in some project, because of which you declared you will be a failure, you can never take up projects alone. That's a perception which you're declaring as a fact, and you're making decisions based on that. Some past experience based on which you have come to a conclusion, and you are declaring a fact. Now, I request every one of you to take a few minutes. Please pen down at least 5 such incidents. Please write down. Okay, Pranavaya, happy that you understood. You do this. You please pick up the incompletion that you have and actually write down. You will see a big shift. In the next step, in the next part of this process, after you have written down both point 1 and point 2, give 5 examples of perceptions influencing you as a fact, forcing you to take a decision. And if you have finished writing that down, understand that this conclusion that you carry about life, this conclusions, the wrong cognitions, incompletions you carry about life is what comes as the immature incompletion. The moment you understand this, you will just see the way you approach life, the way you see life, that cognition itself will change completely. Now, with this one understanding, when you manifest powers, your experience of even manifesting powers will change completely. Please understand. The shift that you bring in your inner space, the completion that you bring in your inner space, you will have a very, very powerful way of experiencing the reality. Now, I have a request for all of you. Take a few minutes, especially if you are sitting with your friends, your family members. Just take a few minutes to manifest this one round, okay? What you're all going to be doing is, you're going to be writing down the exact distance that you see between two places. Understand? Here it's very beautiful, this power manifestation, because it is completely based on facts. So whatever you bring in as a fact, whatever you see, if you drop all the incompletions, you will start seeing the facts. So I'm going to be projecting a question for all of you, and I request all the participants to scan and identify what exactly is the distance between these two places, and where are they, and what is the distance and the time taken to travel between these two places. Sit straight. Shanta Mahabhagya. Please start scanning. Whatever you see as a distance, write it down.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now let us see the answer for this question that all of you have written down.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, you all can see this is from Riga to another city called Tokorozawa, which is in from Tokyo, Japan to Riga in Latvia, which is 14 hours and 35 minutes. Actually, when you manifest this power, right, you will start being able to see details much more than what you can actually normally understand, because your logic gets sharpened so much, and your literally whole inner space starts having a beautiful shift. Now, next we are going to be entering into a very, very important session where you will be understanding about the science of what it is to be Sada Shiva, the same form of Paramashiva that we're all going to be having darshan of today. Let us now listen to the revelations.
Creation, operation, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Please understand, Supreme cannot be just GOD, generator, operator, destroyer. Please understand, the Supreme as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only three aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major two aspects of life unfortunately was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the 4 dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. G-O-D-D-E-L. Godel. So Godel should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas cannot be translated as God, God, used in Western theologies. Understand these 5 aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this 5 is only the manifest form of Godel, Sadashiva. Understand, many Western traditions say the atheist traditions in the West say man made God in his mold. Some of the religious traditions in the West say God made man in his own mold. I say God, whether he made man in his own mold or not, I don't know. I don't know God. But I know Sadashiva, Godel. He did not make you in his mold. He made you in his own sea. Listen to this word. I am using the word sea. S-E-E. Not S-E-A. Listen to this word very carefully. See is an action. I wanted to say, when I see, one end is me, another end is you, another end is you, that's all. Because you are seeing with 2 eyes, what you are seeing, you can't absorb that into you. But I am seeing with the 3 eyes, what I see, I can absorb that into me. And I know it is my own other end. Understand, that is why I am using the word, not even seeing, see. I am giving you exact, literally what I wanted to convey. The relationship between you and Sadashiva. You are the see, not seen, seeing, see of Sadashiva. Listen, just now I made a statement. When you see through the 3rd eye, whatever you see, you can manifest, manipulate as you want. It means what you see will be your own extension. It is you. See, if I can make my right hand bend, do whatever I want, I can do, means this is me. What you understand as me is what I convey through the word see. In you, the me is only materially which is connected to you. In me, me is what is connected to me even by sea. Listen. For you, me means what is materially connected to you. For me means what is seely connected to me. I don't know how much you catch it. I'll just tell you this small story which really happened. Arunagiri Vishra was trying to explain Advaita to me. He was sitting in the temple. This side, his left side was the Arunachala hill. Right side was the Garbha Mandir of the Arunachala temple. The front I was sitting. Exact eyes you guys are having now when I say me is sea. How you are? That is exactly the way I was looking at him. He said, see this hill, this Arunachala, you, me, all one and the same. When he put the hand, of course, I was inside the hand. Literally I saw the hill just moving, the Garbha Mandir moving, me moving and disappearing. He, me, hill, Garbha Mandir, all disappearing into him. When experientially I saw whatever he was seeing, he is able to Photoshop it. He can just pick it up, put it, and if you say, I wanted to ask thousands of things and came to energization, the moment you hugged me, everything disappeared. Everything disappeared. I forgot. Some things I remembered later, some things I don't even remember. How many of you have this experience? Then you can understand what I am trying to tell. He just merged the whole thing. Listen. Sadashiva made all of us in his sea. Please do not alter the word. This is the Facebook status for all of you. Don't use seen, seeing, SEA, no. Sadashiva made all of us in his sea. Let the statement be understood as it is. Because you need to understand this concept that can be understood only by this grammatically wrong statement. If you understand all the 5 aspects, generation, operation, destruction, delusion and liberation, you are made as an extension of Sadashiva. As I said, Sadashiva made all of us into his sea. If you do not if you do not understand all the 5 aspects and are able to grasp only this generation, operation, destruction, you made God in your mold. Be careful. Are you worshipping man-made God or living as God-made man? Worshipping man-made God is so-called religions, and living as God-made man is Sanatana Hindu Dharma. For Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the ultimate is not GOD, generator, operator, destroyer. No. Ultimate is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder and liberator. If you don't understand delusion, even your understanding about generation, operation, destruction is too shallow, too poor. If you don't understand delusion and liberation, you are only chatting with the God through the Facebook, and you will be thinking profile picture is the real picture. Most of the time, it is not. It is not. The real picture is what is in Aadhaar card, not in profile picture. Only if you know delusion and liberation, you are seeing Sadashiva face to face. If not, it is like a relationship built through the Facebook, and when you see face to face, you will be shocked. Son was telling the dad, "Dad, I have 10 fake IDs in the Facebook." Dad said, "What's the problem? You can have it." "No. The Shalini whom you invited for tonight dinner is my fake ID." When you face Sadashiva directly, be prepared to face him. If you are living with the idea of just GOD without delusion and liberation, when you face him, this is what will be happening. Oh, listen. Guru Dakshinamurti is the best, most beautiful manifestation of Paramashiva. Listen. Paramashiva does 5 action: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion, and liberation. First 4, creation, he does by sitting in Brahmaloka. As a Brahma, he manifests and creates. Maintenance, he does by lying down in Paramapada as Parandama. Rejuvenation, he does as Maharudra in Kailasa, from Kailasa itself. Putting in delusion, he does through many of his forms like Bhikshadana, All those forms he took just to put people in delusion. Liberation. For liberation, he always comes down to planet Earth. He has to assume human form. The form he assumes for liberation is Guru. Keeping liberation as a predominant activity, the form he assumes is Guru. From the young age, I was taught Arunachala Hill was not geography, it is biology. It's a living energy. I tell you, even now when I go to Tiruvannamalai, I don't wear slippers or shoes unless the body goes to too much samadhi and not the skin is not able to handle. Only then I wear. Otherwise, never. Because Arunachala is not geography for me, it is biology. Understand? By and by, seeing, remembering. Now Arunachala is a living energy for me. It's living mechanism for me. This 5 is living for me. Ganga, banyan tree in Bididi, Arunachala, the Indra Vimana of Madurai Meenakshi temple, the Garbha Mandir, Sundareshwara's Indra Vimana. It can go to Kailasa any time and come back to Madurai any time. Paramashiva uses the Indra Vimana, the Garbha Graha of Meenakshi temple even now to go to Kailasa and come back to Madurai. This 5, Ganga, Arunachala, the banyan tree in Bididi, our Kalpavriksha banyan tree, and the Indra Vimana of Meenakshi Sundareshwara's temple. 5th one I will not tell now. I'll reveal later. These 5 are living for me. Understand? From the young age, I know how geography is biology. So I know nothing happens mechanical existence way. Nothing happens mechanical existent way. Especially the level of like a creation, sustenance and all happens only if there is independent intelligence. I want you to know each of these phases, P-H-A-S-E-S, and phases, F-A-C-E-S, are independently intelligent, alive and supreme. Parama. They are not bound by anyone or under anyone. They are all independent intelligence, Parama, coexisting with a beautiful experience of oneness. The Ishana phase create liberation. Ishana phase is liberation. Is not under creation. Satyojata phase. Satyojata phase is not superior to Agora, the rejuvenation phase. Not one is superior or inferior to another. All of them are neither equal nor superior or inferior. They are all in oneness. Understand? Independently intelligent, but existing in oneness. Meditate on this. Meditate on this. Don't think, oh, these statements doesn't make sense for me. Meditate on this. Listen. Satyo jatam prapatyami satyo jataya vai namo namaha. Listen. Listen like a Veda mantras. Meditate. When you meditate, the superficial, stupid, materialistic logic grooves got created in your brain will be cleaned, and real Parama logic, the multi-dimensional logic, grooves will start getting created. Understand, life is all about developing your brain which can grasp life, which can grasp the higher dimensions of life. Integrity is not supposed to be practiced. If you grasp the higher dimension of life, integrity will become such a sweet expression of your life. Man who is overflowing with energy manifests integrity. Like a rich guy wears nice dress, drives big car. Same way, man with high energy manifests integrity. Integrity is the abharana, the jewelry, glorifying decoration of high energy person. Grasp the higher existence through your brain, you will catch integrity. You will catch integrity. You will just manifest integrity. Integrity is the way legends live, the way legends sing poetry about their life. Understand? Legends, their life is a leela, a dance drama wrote in the space of the cosmos. The Krishna's life is a dance drama he wrote on the space of cosmos. That is why we call it Krishna Leela. The Sundareshwara's incarnation, when he comes down again and again, when he manifests again and again, whatever he does is dance drama. He writes on the space of the cosmos. Integrity is a dance drama performed by high energy beings. Catch the higher truths. Listen. Listen. When you understand the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation, secrets of these 5 actions, you can see very clearly how a cell gets manifested and sustained and gets rejuvenated, gets into delusion and pulled out of delusion and liberation. How the whole thing happening in your body you can see. How the whole thing is happening in your life you can see. Understand? Even little understanding of the cosmos brings wow, 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 so much, such vast life is happening, such vast life is happening. And even if you feel that once a day, that is called recharging your consciousness. Even once a day during puja, if you feel that, wow, what a Paramashiva. what a guy is manifesting as my life in me. Just if you feel even once a day, 2-3 minutes, that's enough. You are done. Your life will be in such order. Such order. Everyday puja is like a recharging your consciousness. How you recharge your cell phone, your iPad, your computer, your electronical goods, same way recharging your consciousness is everyday puja, nitya puja. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know, including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, Pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities. To clean the collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, Throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through is the small scale Throbhava, delusion in the Pindanda microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, Anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all this deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa. Existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up the principle of creation, principle of sustenance, principle of rejuvenation, principle of delusion, principle of liberation in your existence. Understand? If you own up what you created, you sustained, you destroyed or rejuvenated, or you put yourself in delusion or freed from delusion, or from which you are liberated or liberating, want liberation. If you own up these 5 principles of your life, you become Ishvara for you. If you own up these 5 principles for a group of people, you become Kulapati to them, Ishvara to them. If you own up for a large number of people, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up the same 5 principles for a Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. If you own up these 5 principles for the whole universe, you become Ishvara of Brahmanda. You can see Satyojatamurti. It intensely on Satyojatamurti. Satyojatam prabhatyami satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः। भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्वमाम् भवूद्भवाय नमः। सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः। भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्वमाम् भवूद्भवाय नमः। सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः। सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः। भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्वमाम् भवूद्भवाय नमः। देवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः। वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमः रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमो सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमः रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः। अघोरमूर्ति अघोरेभ्योतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः। अघोरेभ्योतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः अघोरेभ्योतघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः। ओम 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 अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः। अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो अघोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वतः सर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते रुद्ररूपेभ्यः। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्।
பூஜை வேண்டும் என்னாலும் அது மறைவேதம் சொன்ன சொல்லாகும். மதுரையிலே இன்று மன்னவனாய் கையிலை மலை தலைவன் நின்றான். தனக்கென தானே ஆலயம் கண்டு தனையே பணிந்தான் சிவபெருமான். பொன்னே தந்தாலும் பொருளே வந்தாலும் இறைவனை மறப்பது சரியாகுமா? தருவாரே, தருவாரே, அது நலம் வாழ வைக்கும் சிவரூபம். இம்மையிலும் நன்மை தரும் தெய்வம், அது தென் மதுரை நின்ற குல தெய்வம். சிவமயமே என் அருகினிலே மன
ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवोम्। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु स एव सदा शिव ॐ सदा शिव ॐ सदा शिव ॐ। Now connect with Sadashiva. सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः। भवे भवे नाति भवे भव स्वमाम् भवोद्भवाय नमः। वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय मनोन्मनाय नमः। वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः। अघोरेभ्योऽतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। अघोरेभ्योऽतघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः। तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात्। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर् ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवोम्। Om. 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 Connect with Paramashiva, Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. शृणुत ब्राह्मणाः सर्वे गुह्याद्गुह्यतरं परम् अस्ति मेरोरुदग्बाघे महाकैलासपर्वतः साम्बस्य सगुणस्यायम् सभक्तस्येन्दुमौलिनः संवासे योजनानां च 20,000,000,000 दौहद्यमेतद्विगुणम् असय ज्ञेयम् द्विजोत्तमः नवरत्नमयम् तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमम् तत्रालयम् महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रितम् प्रकारकोपुराट्टाल वलबीभिर्विराजितम् तदा सिंहासने तत्र महान् शम्भुः सदा शिवः प्रफुल्लः कमलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखज्ज्वलः धृतनानायुयोद्भासी 50 प्रफुल्लरक्ताम्बुजाट्ट श्रीनाभ्याम् श्रीयुगपाज्ज्वलः विचित्ररत्नकसितः भूषणैरभिभूषितः अनेककोटिसूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राक्तकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गंगाश्रयजटाजूट चन्द्ररेखाविभूषितः भस्मोद्धूलित सर्वांग व्यालयज्ञोपवीतवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याक्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिवक्त्रम् त्रिनयनः भक्तसर्वार्थसिद्धितः प्रसार्य दक्षिणम् पादम् कुञ्जयित्वेदरम् पदम् अभयम् चक्रचूले च डङ्गबाणौ भजे कट्कतोमरशक्तिश्च सुप्रासपञ्चपान् हलाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च सुरिगाम् ध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुण्डासितंश्राश्च ग्रहञ्च पिण्डिपालकम् 25 तथा नो दक्षिणैश्चुभैः वरसावौ मृगम् शङ्खम् केडपाशव परश्वतान् मुत्करम् डमरुम् गण्डाम् रुद्रवीणाम् च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्ग कुशुण्डीपरिधानभिः बालम् भट्टसंवेत्रम् कमण्डलूहुदासनौ कर्तरीम् मुसलम् पिच्छम् पिप्रत्वामैस्तथाकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयम् राजते तत्र पर्वते ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Swamiji has very beautifully just walked us through this most beautiful process of connecting to Sadashiva. The Sadashiva Murti is a manifestation of Paramashiva through which he performs the Panchakrityas of the cosmos. We all learnt about the Panchakrityas. We all also did the meditation on each of these 5 phases. Now, let us all get ready to receive the darshan. Today, we're all going to be having the form of Sadashiva, Paramashiva manifesting as Sadashiva to perform the Panchakrityas of the cosmos. He maintains the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation aspects through his manifestation as Sadashiva. And like Swamiji revealed, Sadashiva has 5 phases through which he does the Panchakrityas, each of them being Srishti, creation, Sthiti, maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, and Anugraha. And each of these phases of Sadashiva, Satyojata performs the Srishti, Vamadeva performs the Sthiti, and Aghora performs the Samhara, Tatpurusha performs the putting in a delusion and pulling out of delusion, and Ishana performs the liberation. Each of these phases of Sadashiva represents the ultimate manifestation of Sadashiva in each of those forms. Now, we will be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Sadashiva Murti and getting ready to receive the darshan. Please sit straight. शाक्तेनानेन सकलो विज्ञेयो निष्कलः शिवः क्षित्यादिकुटिलाः प्रान्तः मन्त्रसिंहासनस्थितिम् शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काङ्क्षं द्वात्रिंशल्लक्षणान्वितं पद्मासनस्थं पञ्चाग्न्यं पञ्चविंशत्रिलोचनम् दक्षिणे रतवामस्भैडमरुबीजपूरकं नागाक्षसूत्रं नीलाब्जं बिभ्राणं पञ्चाभिः दिव्यागन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं दिव्यपुष्पैरलङ्कृतं हारकङ्कणकेयूरैर्मुद्रिताभिरलङ्कृतम् सञ्चिन्यमूर्तेरूपरि शक्तिमात्रविजृम्भणम् लिंगाकारोपमर्देन भावने लिंगतां त्यजेत्. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Satyojata, Sadashiva's face of creation, the form through which he does the creation in the universe. कुन्देन्दुशङ्कस्फटिकावभासो वेदाक्षमालावराभयङ्कः द्रक्ष्यश्चतुर्वक्त्रौरुप्रभावः सद्योदिजातोऽवतु मां प्रतीच्याम्. The next is Vamadeva, Sadashiva's aspect of maintenance, the phase through which he performs sustenance of the universe. वराक्षमालाभयटङ्कहस्तः सरोजकिञ्चल्कमलासवर्णः त्रिलोचनश्चारुचतुर्मुखो मां पायादुदीच्यां दिशि वामदेवः. The next is Aghora, Sadashiva's aspect of rejuvenation. It is through this phase Sadashiva performs rejuvenation of the whole universe. कुठारकेटाङ्कुशशूलढक्का कपालपाशाक्षगुणान्धदानः चतुर्मुखो नीलरुचिस्त्रिनेत्रः पायादघोरो दिशि दक्षिणस्याम्. The next is Tat Purusha, Sadashiva's aspect of putting in delusion and pulling out of delusion. Pradipta Vidyut Kanakavabhaso Vidyavaraabhitif Kutarapanihi Chaturmukhastat Purushastrinetraha Pratyam Stito Rakshatu Mamajastram. The next is Ishana, the face of Sadashiva through which he performs the liberation of the whole universe. वेदाभयेष्टाङ्कुशशङ्खपाशः कपालढक्काक्षरशूलपाणिः सिद्धद्युतिः पञ्चमुखोऽस्वतन्मां ईशान ऊर्ध्वः परमः प्रकाशः. Now, let us all get ready to experience Sadashiva manifesting, doing the Panchakrityas through each of these faces. Today, we are going to be having the darshan of all the 5 faces of Sadashiva through the Bhava Samadhi darshan of our beloved Swamiji. And today, we'll all be having the alive darshan of Sadashiva Murti starting shortly. During the darshan, every prayer that you post, every single boon that you ask manifests as reality. Understand, it is not just oh, you're watching an alive darshan which already happened. No. Even through the darshan, Swamiji radiates continuously. That energy becomes accessible to us. Because there is no past, no present, and no future for the darshan. It exists. So, during the darshan, all of you can connect to Sadashiva, ask any prayer, any boons, anything that you want to know. And Swamiji will very intensely be manifesting for all of us. Let us all get ready to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Please sit straight. Chant the Mahavakya